Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech.
In today's fast-paced business world, managing payroll and learning systems efficiently is key to their success. So today with this video, we are diving into a critical aspect of HR management, that is SAP SuccessFactors, specifically focusing on EC Payroll and LMS. So it's a cloud-based human resource management system that covers everything from payroll to performance management. Today, we are zooming in on EC Payroll and LMS, the two integral components of this platform. SAP SuccessFactors yields a 41% cut in turnover and 37% in productivity boost. And these matrices clearly highlights its impact. In this dynamic business world, streamlined HR operations are vital for every organization. Optimizing payroll and fostering robust learning programs strengthen both financial performance and employee contentment. So with this course today, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS. We'll start by exploring the fundamentals of each module, delving into their functionalities and benefits. Then we will delve deeper into the best practices for implementation and optimization. Along the way, we will provide practical tips and real-world examples to enhance your understanding. But before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda for today's video. Agenda. Number 1. Provisioning setting for Employee Central Payroll. 2. Refining MDF objects. 3. Refining corporate data model. 4. Mapping. 5. Master data overview. Now let's dive into our today's session.
So today we will see how the provisioning settings, what exactly maybe you would be knowing about the provisioning, what exactly the provisioning here is, right? So this is a backend system where we would be talking most of the time. This is called as a backend system where we will be doing all the, this would be access only for the professional services consultants or the partners where they want to set up SAP SuccessFactors modules for a customer kind of things. Obviously, we will be calling it like it is a backend of the SAP SuccessFactors system, and where we will be doing all these activities, how to enable SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll module over there, and also we will have some web services for data replication part, and also we will enable the payroll control centers. We will just go and see how to activate employee central payroll integration part in the provisioning system. Just accessing, because this is the demo system that I have been using it. So this is the demo system, and this is the company ID we will be looking out of it. And when we go for the provisioning system, I just refreshing it. So this is the system, and this is a demo system of this particular employer. I'll go to the company settings. There we will be search for payroll part, the company settings. You can search for the payroll, employee central payroll. So because the system has already been activated, we have to activate this enable employee central payroll, and also we have to enable employee central payroll control center. We have to enable of this and enable payroll integration valid for ERP systems. Okay, so this is what we will be activating it, and also we will be activating cost distribution. Also we will be activating it, enable cost distribution, so which is like employee objects. So this is what we will be doing it. And however, whatever the features that we have been activated, we will just save those features. Once we have enabled the checkboxes, we'll be giving off it, and then we can save that. It will get saved off it. So this is what the simple procedure to enable the payroll, EC Payroll things enrolled from the provisioning system. Later, we would be doing some data model activities, which is for how to set up the succession data model for master data replication part. So for that, we have to download our data model, whatever the data model, import or export data models. We'll go back to the company listings and the succession management area. Just hope everyone knows about how to download of these particular data models, which is like this is the one import or export data model. So we can play either through XML or we can do it through the managed business configuration also. But from the provisioning side, if we do it, it would be good with the XML part. So where we will export this, we will be activate some of the fields which are like personal info, employment info, job info. Some attributes will be setting it for visibility settings and also the required fields that we have to put it. Why? Because these are the fields. If these fields would fill with the employee's initial employee profile side, then the system would works correctly. Because without these information like personal info of in the personal info, we will have some fields. We will be showing of it like place of birth name, nationality, and first day worked, working days per week in job info, employment type, all those things we have to put it visibility equals to both so that it will be visible on the employee files pack. And also we have to put these things for yes because everyone has to fill that fields so that the employee central payroll will works. Okay, so now I've downloaded it on the downloads. Open with any editor, XML editor or XML pad. I would open with XML pad. To open, we will just activate few fields over here. Okay, so go to HRIS fields. Here we'll go to personal info. In this personal info, we'll go to the fields. So where the first place of birth, we have put it like visibility equals to none. We have to change it to both because this will be used for payroll systems. So for that reason. And then again the other one here is like the birth name. This is also the birth name. Maybe everyone knows how to access. Even this also have to put it as like record equals to 2. I'll be just adding it over. All these are the mandatory fields that it should be filled by Employee Central. In the Employee Central, whenever you're filling employee details, okay, whenever you're hiring employee file, whenever hiring, you'll be filling of the employee information, right? With respect to personal information, along with the other fields also, even these fields need to be there. So far, if it is visibility equals to none, means it will not be shown on the whenever you're adding an employee in Employee Central, it will not be shown. So which was none, it was there. Now I made it as to both. That means it will be visible there so that they'll be filling this particular field also. Okay. And also I just making a required field because it is a mandatory fields, they have to fill it. So these fields are used and we will be using of these particular fields in our map when we are doing the mapping activities and all, we would be doing of it. So as a stretch, when we are doing the professional setting itself, I just letting you, these are the things that you want to do it. And there are some refined things also is there with respect to MDF objects. We will also again come back to some of the MDF objects in even employee profile objects in managed business configuration also. These are the things that we have to activate these fields in our succession management data. So required equals to true, we have to put it. I just making the fields need to be filled. Okay. So these are two things, and then after that, the another thing is like nationality. already been there. Both equals to true is there. And after that, we will be going for employment info. Is okay, right? For you guys? So I just when I'm sometimes I'm low. Okay. Now anyhow I just covering off it. I'll talk loudly only. So this is what happened. After that we will also do the employment type and the job info only. The other one is like employment type. Employment type also after put required equals to. This is what we have done, and we will save this. This is what we will be doing it and other things, and also we will just check it under the payroll. Any payroll object is there. Yeah, payroll integration here. We obviously will name it like payroll information. So this is the tab element. Okay. So on the employee files, whatever we see here, right? And then I just give some comments. Updated payroll objects, something like payroll elements or whatever it is. Payroll information elements. And then we can submit this. It will load it into the provisioning system. Okay. So in the same way, we have to update other data models. Is like the other one is like corporate data model. So the same. So the template has been successfully uploaded. So this we can ignore that error. Again, we will go back to the other data model, which is like for corporate data model. This also will download. MDF and all, we will be doing it from the front end only. At least now, these are the objects like pay group, pay component, frequency, location, all those things we will be doing. We will do some changes with the max length, where we will be mapping with the ERP fields or whatever the fields length and all it is there in SAP. For that reason, we want to do the max length. Those are not converted to MDF. So here, what we will do is like the locations, and this location, we just go and change max length instead of because those particular location where we would be mapping to our personal sub area. So we want it at 20. So we will maintain the same max length here also. Okay, and then the other one is like pay group. So pay, the other one is pay frequency and the pay component also. So those two things we have added, we have changed it, the length part. Rest of the things we will do it with my MDF parts, which are MDF objects. Okay, so now just changing and save this one also. I'll save as okay, and on the desktop save. Now it is okay, right, for everyone? Yeah. So just save this, and again I'll be loading back to this one also. And submit this, so it will get loaded. After that, we'll be setting off country specific also with respect to job info. Okay, so this also country specific because the pay scale type, pay scale area, country of company if we want it, pay scale type, we have to activate those things also. So country specific succession data model, we have to go and note the corporate. So in this, I just want to export this one also, submit, and then save. We have to activate some fields in job info. Okay. In the meantime, I'll just tell you set up the web services part. We will set up it. Of course, whenever we want to do when we enable this APIs, right, which uses for Employee Central compound part to replicate employee master data from Employee Central to the backend system. So for that reason, we want it. Thing, API part. Here we will just enable web services. Services part, we will enable two things. One is like Employee Central SOAP API, and the other one SF API part already been activated. So we will just activate, and if we save this, it will also come to the same company ID. We are just saving off it, which uses this API to replicate the employee master data from Employee Central to our ERP system. For that reason, we have to activate this. So, because the data need to be replicate when we want to replicate our master data, right? So, okay. So and again, I just back to XML pad. Still, it is not open. Okay. Anyhow, that country specific part, I'll show it to you. There, what we have to do it over there here is like we have to pay scale type, pay scale area, pay scale level, and the pay scale group for that particular country wise. We want to put it. So these are the list of activities that what we have to do it in provisioning as well. First, we have to activate all the payroll things and all. After that, we have to do some field changes and succession data model, and as well as corporate data model and in country specific data model. After that, we have to set up the web services part. Okay. Now this is the parts we have done it, and now we will go to the system, front end system, and here we will be going to MDF objects. Okay. So maybe all MDF objects would be in a required stage. So first we'll go to the manage business configuration. Here in job info, we will do some changes or here under the job info. We just want to refine some things on the front end side also. We'll just go to location, the details part. And these are also, I want to put it, required visibilities edit. Mandatory is yes, it is there. Okay. And this is gonna do it. And done. And then we can save. We haven't changed any changes over there. So this is what only one location thing that we want to change it. So already it has been required equals to what is there. And then now we will go to MDF payment information. So in this we will refine the payment related field attributes to mandatory for the payment information that are replicated in Employee Central Payroll. So for this purpose, we will be going for configure object definitions. There we will be having the attributes, 3 fields we have to go and change it. In Employee Central, we will go to the configure object definitions. Payment information detail, we have to go over here. Detail, the payment methods, and the bank country and the account type, we have to make them as required equals to true, and visibility if it is visibility is not there. Okay, so I just want to go for object definitions. Here I'll be checking out for payment information detail. So we will be having country wise. We will look for only USA, the standard one, and the country wise we will go with US. First one is like the standard one, payment information detail. These fields are the mandatory. See, these are the required fields because these are the fields that we're gonna map with our ERP systems, right? So if these fields, this data is not data is not there for these fields, the data will not be flowed to the systems. Okay, for that reason, these are the mandatory fields that we have to look, and these are the fields. Rest other first name, last name, all the other fields would already be in there. Okay, with respect to the payroll, these are the important fields that we have to check it in employee central system whether we have put it these fields as a required mandatory fields, which means then they will be filling off that particular field while doing the hiring process. Okay, for that reason I just want for a few fields it is already been there, right? Required equals to S in and so here I just want to ensure these are the fields. Anyhow, I'll be giving the list of fields what exactly we have to look at. These are the fields whatever we have seen in succession data model and on the MDF also. I'm just showing it. Okay, in the MDF, the payment information detail. Here we will be going for payment method. So the field is like payment method. So this field also we have to edit this, make correction. The payment method here is like details. Here also we have to put this required equals to S. Anyhow, it is already there. We have to just verify part also in the bank country. The other field here is like bank country. This also I want to make it. No, it was there. So now I have to put it as visibility is like editable. Then done. We have to save this one. So this will be save the payment information detail general, and with respect to USA, we have to do it with respect to USA also. Payment information detail only this is. Under the payment information details will be there. So here we have to go for account type. Let me For this, we will just do some more MDF objects. We will, because we have to refine some of the other cost center and legal entities. Also, we have to update the field length and not to exceed the maximum limit for employee central parts and all to handle it. So for that reason, we will be going for legal entity. The code what we will be mapping to our things, right? The max length what we have there in ERP fields, we have to map the same. Most it would be 20 or 30, 40 like that in most cases. So I just mapping with those things. So this is what we have done. And then next, we will be doing of updating of the pick list, so that we will be seeing of it. Today what we have discussed here is like we have done the provisioning settings and also the MDF objects parts. We have just changed whatever the changes that we have done with the with respect to employee central payroll objects that we have done the changes. Okay. So next week we will be seeing with the pick list part. So whatever we have seen on the contents. So we will be talking about the pick list, how to update the pick list with which are respect to employee central payroll objects. So those we will be seeing the pick list management part entire. When we want to map out our ERP fields, we want to change the field length here. So we're just making a max, because if we put 32 in employee central, when we are filling, if we give 32, it will not be acceptable in. So for that reason, you have to restrict here who is filling the code. They have to restrict up to 20. Okay, even the auto number, whatever it is reflecting. If you give more, if you have given 22 or 23, the mapping errors we will be getting. Replication errors will definitely be getting. So to avoid those errors and all, we have to restrict it to whatever the field length, max length that we use it in ERP, the same length we are using here. Because this is filled by the people who is taking care of, who is adding a new hire time, right? When we are adding a new hire time, we will be filling all these fields. Okay, if you go over here, so we have, whenever you are doing it, add a new employee, all the job information, everything will be there. The fields which are related to the payroll, mapping only for the employee central ERP fields with the payroll activities. So those things we have just changed. If you for your guidance, I'll be giving I'll be preparing the notes. There I'll be giving all the list of fields, whatever we have seen. Okay. So rest other fields and all we are not doing of it. Why? Because we are not integrating with any OMP or whatever. With respect to the payroll information only we are doing.
Alright, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll? Option A, Talent Management. Option B, Learning Management. Option C, Advanced Payroll Control Center. And option D, Recruitment Management. Now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, type the correct answer in the below comment section. Hey there fellow learners, want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. the awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
This is the integration process flow between how the employee master data replication and it will be happen over here. Because if you see this is like SuccessFactors Employee Central, and this is like a SuccessFactors Employee Central payroll system. What the administrators will do it once the system is being set up. Okay, so how the process will follow once the setup is being done. So what we'll be doing here is like, because the first thing here is like once they have done once the employee central is done, the first activity is like they'll be trigger employee master data replication. So once it is being done, employee does not exist on a SAP SuccessFactors employees payroll yet. So these are the SOOP messages, because SOAP messages which we will be doing it as a web services. So this is what because they'll be doing it one SOAP message, they'll be doing employee master data replication request, they'll be giving it from employee central system to employee central payroll system. First they'll be giving a request which is called one, it is denoted as one. So both the employee master data record and update employee master data record. So once we create our master data in our employee central payroll system, it will initiate employee master data replication confirmation message, and on a request confirmation, the SOAP message also again it will be back to the, because all we will be seeing how to do the web services initiation, how to do the push replication part, we will be seeing in the entire course. The process I just giving a highlight. So the data, once the data is being captured in employee central, because the employee central is already being configured and the data is being there in the employee central system. So once if you're doing that particular system, once the configuration is done, we will send the data, how the new hire data will pass on to one employee central to employee central system. First thing we will be doing it as a activities, which is like monitor employee master data replication in employee central system. We will be doing of it. Okay, and then after that, if errors in replications, again we will go and maintain master data if any errors have come. Okay, so that we will be seeing on the system once we build it. Okay, after that, the C activity will happen, replicate employee master data, and it will goes to employee central payroll system, which we will be doing a personal master data, which we set up. The structures have been created over there in employee central. To once we done the mapping activities and everything, the data will be going and matched to the personal master data part. So after this, we will be going for relevant employee data, and then the payroll and post payroll processing will be happen over here. So this, once it is been done, everything after the E part, after this the payroll and post payroll processings will be happen. So this is the entire process what we would be seeing. With whatever you see, these are all the batch jobs. Okay, so batch jobs we will be scheduled in SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll System, SAP ERP system, to get the data with the help of SOAP message we will be getting of it. Okay, so this is as a process how the data will be flow between Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll, being how the administrators is going to be act on it. Okay, so and the scope of our learning would be the four ways have been given over here. First, we will be doing of employee central scope. We will be doing the employee central setup with respect to for this particular integration part only. After that, we will be going and set up employee central payroll SAP HCM scope, where we will be doing configure master data and also the payroll configuration. So where we will be running the payroll, and we will be seeing of the things over there, how to run the payroll, how to set up the wage types, how to all those things we will be seeing over there. Okay, after that, once the two systems separately have been built, after that we will be going to the mapping part, which I've shown. We will be doing that mapping activities in SAP ERP system to get the map from HCM to EC, and EC to HCM. We will be doing both the ways. We will be doing that mapping activities, especially in whatever we have seen now. Okay, so this is what happened during this PTP scope part. There we will be doing employee migrations, master data mapping and all. Once after that, we will be set up a payroll control center where we can see the data of whatever the payroll statements have been generated, whatever the tax generations is being happened. All those things we will be seeing on the Employee Central payroll system. Employee Central system itself, where it has a ECP UI, things will be there all there. So the things here is like where we will be go and onto the system. If you go for I just want to show it to you. So if you just click pay statement, the pay statement will get generated, and the pay statement has brought from SAP ERP HCM system. From that particular system, it has been sent to this EC system. So this is both the statement of earnings and deductions, the pay statement where you would be able to see of these things. Okay, so how we will be seeing and all, the entire course talks about, so how the data is being configured. So for that reason, why I always say is like, so if you learn Employee Central system, you would be knowing where exactly the personal information is being configured, where exactly employment information is being configured. All those things you would be able to know it. How we can bring this particular payroll as a portlet or here. All those things you would be getting of it. Anyhow, I'll be just giving these activities where we will be doing of it. So once go back to the system, so if you see, there are some steps we have to follow to set up EC Employee Central configurations setups for our payroll activities. So first we will be updating of all our data models and the MDF information activities, and then we will be uploading the pick list with respect to payroll activities, and we will be doing the custom fields and the work schedule activities. We'll be seeing of display payroll information and the portlets, how we will be creating that portlets part. We'll be seeing of it, and will be how we will be getting the access to control the ECP system, how we can control the ECP system through EC, where we will be getting the setup permission and admins, who are the admins and who are the users that we want to creating payroll admin, payroll administrator, payroll manager. So all those things we will be creating and how we will be seeing of it. After that, the payroll configuration step, the second scope, which I'm talking about. So for this also we have some configuration steps. So now first scope is that one which we have discussed, the 17 steps. After that, for this also we have a 17 steps. In that we will be go deep how to do the configuration of master data and the payroll steps will be doing of it each and every. If you see here, so configuration of all info type actions with respect to SAP HCM. So key mappings of company code, mappings of locations, whatever we have seen, define mapping code list, and mapping of work schedules, data, and how to set up base types. And how we can mapping of organization data, and how we can set up data integration, time type replication, time types, and timesheet replication. If we are using the time for Employee Central, we will be doing all these replications also. We have to do it. Okay, so because anyhow we are filling the time and the time off and timesheet, we will fill it from the Employee Central system itself. That data also we have to get it to Employee Central payroll system. So for that reason, we will be doing these activities, and then we will be doing the point-to-point replication steps that we will be doing it from 13 to 17, how we will be setting of web services in SOA Manager, SOAP messages, set up connection data, how we can do the application programming interface activities, and how we can set up data sharing configurations, all pay component waste type configuration report checks. We will be checking out with this particular scope. Additionally, I'll be going deep and do the payroll running payroll configuration and the master data configuration activities also we will be seeing on this particular part. Okay, so once we done this, what is the ultimatum, why we want to do these setup and all is like, whenever you have done any new hire in Employee Central, that new hire has to come to SAP ERP system, and whenever the pay cycle is being during that time, that particular new hire also need to get a payroll statement existing, and the new users also we can do the activities for this particular Employee Central. Entire objective of this particular course is like this. So additionally, what I said is like we will also see how the Kronos workforce, which is like a timesheet and time of third party tool, how we can integrate with this EC, and how EC will send the data to the Employee Central payroll system. Okay, and additionally the BSI part for the years only we can see it of that. Now we will be start with the first part here is like the provisional settings. We have done some activations in the provisioning, so which I've done in my earlier session, where you can refer that session. So, and now the initial steps, the first step that we gonna do it for this, before of doing of these particular setups, first process here is like this will whatever we will be doing is like a 1 or 2 objects I'll be doing of it, and I'll be giving the notes for you for the entire objects. So whenever you see for example, now if I do it for location to do with the corporate data model, so other details is like pay group or pay component, you guys can do it. How to do it, I'll be showing it to you. So basing on that, you guys can go ahead and you can do it of it. So before doing of this prerequisites already is like, as I said, like configuration of SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central should be there into the system. Now, whatever the system that I'm taking, it has Employee Central setup is there completely. Okay, so now first action, what we gonna do is like, I'll be going ahead with the first activity, where we will be seeing here on this is like how to refine succession data model for few of the objects. Okay, so how we will be doing it for one particular location or any object, how we will be doing it, how we will be set up, because to do employment type or a pay scale type, pay scale area, all those things, how we will be set up, I'll be just showing it to you. What we will be doing is like, why we want to do this particular setup here is like, maybe in Employee Central these are already been set up, but to match with Employee Central payroll, because the Employee Central payroll ERP fields has some limitations is there. It will not allow the limitation, it will not allow the max length of field length, whatever the information that we give it, more than 20, it will not be allowed in our Employee Central payroll systems. Okay, so for that reason, whatever the fields that we have taken up over here, so we will just refine these this particular data model, because in this particular step we will be field attributes of this succession data model that are required for this integration. We depending on our business requirement, we have to do it is like, we have to keep these fields as mandatory fields. Okay, whatever the fields that we want to do it now. So we have to keep mandatory fields, and always we have to keep it visibility equals to edit. So here we will be covering one which is like location, and other one I'll be showing it to you, employment type, and other pay scale type and pay scale area, where I'll be showing off to you, and the other data list I'll be giving it to you. So for this, either 2 ways we can do it. Maybe Employee Central configuration, right? So we can do the activities with 2 ways. One is like where we can download succession data model from our provisioning system, and we can do it. Otherwise, we can do it from the front-end Employee Central system, where we will be going and doing through the manage business configuration part. Okay. So once we go over here, manage business configuration, we will go to first one, whatever we are referring here is like employment type. That is what. So we will go to the employment type, pay scale type, pay scale area, and we'll be refining, and we will just make a few enablements, a few changes, because already these values have been, these fields have been configured in Employee Central. So with respect to payroll, to do the payroll comfortable payroll, we just want to do some changes for these particular fields. So for this, I just want to go for job info, job information, and the job information will be able to go and change pay scale type, pay scale area, pay scale group, pay scale level. We just want to go and do it, and just go to the details. So in this details, we will just go to mandatory field. We already is there. Yes, if it is not there, we have to do it. And enable, yes, we have to do it. And after that, visibility equals to edit, we have to do it. And the max length, we have to give it 20. Because generally for other fields and all, when you're doing in Employee Central, we may give 255 or 125 or whatever it is. But with respect to when you're doing the integration with ECP part, we have to change the max length. Why? Because when you're giving any input for these fields in Employee Central, if you may give more than 25 or 30 while doing the value mapping, it will definitely gives an error. Okay, for that error, to remove those kind of errors and all, primarily we have to do these kind of Employee Central setups for the Employee Central payroll activities. Okay, so for that reason, we want to change it and we want to make it for 20, and then we will be keeping visibility equals to edit, and the other one we have to give it mandatory equals to S, and then we can say done. And the other field, pay scale area. So even for the pay scale area also, the same way, mandatory is yes, and then we can make max length is 20. Okay, so these are the primary things that we have to do it. Even for the pay scale group details, the same thing we have to do it. So here I'll be changing of it, and here mandatory is not there, we will make it S. Visibility equals to edit is there. Okay, and then pay scale level. So we will go to mandatory S. Visibility is like edit. Max length we can give it 20. Then we can say done, and we can save. Before saving, we will also do changes for location or pay group also. I'll make pay group. This also I'll make it S, and visibility equals to edit. And this also I'll make it 40. 20 to 40, between that only it should be. Standard one, because while doing the this approach, while doing this, we have to do it. Custom fields are there between these systems. We will be doing of it. Anyhow, we will be capturing all these things in our workbook, right? So obviously from that workbook, we can do it. That is what I am telling. I'll be showing it to you few fields over here. The rest fields I'll be giving it as a notes for you. So that is what I'm telling. Now I just did it for pay scale type, pay scale area, and the entire pay scale group or whatever it is, I've done it. So now I'll be doing it for employment type. So we will get, sometimes what will happen here is like the standard fields and all, we have to do it. Any custom fields are there in Employee Central, and those custom benefits or everything that need to be comes to a SAP ERP system, the customers will be giving that to. Okay. So we will get it from the customers. Otherwise, the standard ones, whatever we get it, we will be doing it. I'll be giving that particular notes to you. Whatever it is, the visibility will be changes. If it is more than 20 letters are there, it will concise and it will show it on there.
Oh, okay, got your point. Yeah.
So when you're doing it, this Employee Central, when you're doing it for ADP payroll, you have to set up with respect to the ADP part. That's all.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you're not integrating our Employee Central system, it will be remain 100 or 255. It will be with that. So now when I've just changed it, these things, after this, once we go back to employment info, it should be between 20 to 40. I just given it randomly. That's all. So next, I'm just going for employment info. There I'll be changing employee class, so which is like employee group in SAP HCM system. In Employee Central, if you see, Legal entity, department, business, cost center, division, all comes under MDF objects. All white colored ones, GeoZone, location group, pay component, payC group, pay grade, pay range, frequency, all comes under foundation objects. Okay, you're talking about, okay, so when it comes to pay component, we will be mapping with base type. So these are all nothing but the groups where we pay range is like minimum and the maximum range. Okay, yeah. The pay grade here is like software engineer, senior software engineer, junior software engineer. For junior software engineer, the pay range would be minimum to maximum. The pay grade, another senior software engineer, that would be. So all, if you have if you want to make a junior software engineer and senior software engineer into one particular group, if you want to bring it, you'll bring it as a PC group. So that is what you do it. That's all. So, and when it comes to the payroll, pay components, in all pay components will be there. For example, special allowance is there. Basket of allowances will be there. So if you want to bring all those allowances into one particular basket, that is called pay group. The group of the component, which we generally use it for our payroll purpose parts. Okay. So
what about pay area?
The pay area is nothing but where we will be, payroll area will be there. Pay area is nothing but payroll area, which is like a pay group only. Payroll area is like in ERP, we will call it like payroll area, and here we will be calling it like pay group. So now when it comes to employment info, I just want to change it employee class. You can change it both also. Employee type and employee class and employment type, we'll just change it. So employee class, just making it as a mandatory fields, because while doing the hiring process or whatever it is, they have to fill these fields and all compulsory. So for that reason, so, and I just making this as visibility is edit, done. And after that, employment type, which is nothing but with respect to even I'll give that table also. I'll be giving it maybe for our reference. I may have on employee central. This is the differentiation. Okay. So in employee central, we'll call it employee class, employee type, event reason, frequency, job classification, job location, pay component, pay group, salutation, suffix and payment method. Whereas in SAP ERP, we'll call it like this: employee group, employee subgroup, payroll action, reason for personal action, period parameters, work contract, personal area and personal sub area comes under the job location. The pay components, we'll be calling it like this. Okay. There will be other things is like salutation, which is like form of address code kind of thing. Some other there, I'll be producing of those things. Okay. So now here I just change it for employment type also. I just made it. Okay, below 40 is there. So I can visibility equals to 10. We can change it. So now we can save this also. So on refining of the things with respect to let's keep on giving, let it be. So we just save it. It is giving employee central issues. So this is what we have to refine it when it comes to the employment info part. Okay. Both employee class and employee type, we can change it. After this, we will just go to and we will do some other refinement activities with respect to payment information details, where with payment method, bank country, and account type, where we will be doing that particular part also, MDF payment information activities. Okay, so where we will be going for MDF means we have to go for configure object definitions. Configure object definitions. Where we will be going and object definition, and here we will just go to payment information detail. So there we will be going and we will just make correction. We will be just going to payment method. Payment method, bank country and account. Payment method, we will just go to this details. This also will put it. So max length is okay. And then we will be editable required. We already done this exercise, so that's the reason. Okay. And then payment bank country, we'll go to the details. And here also we want to go it for required equals to else, editable. And then we can say done. And after that, the other one would be account type. Under payment information, USA. Okay. We are doing it for USA. And that's some fields we have been defined, which is like account type. So this is what we can do it with respect to MDF objects, which is like payment information part. Okay. And after that, the other step which we will be going for, define corporate data model for location. So for this, we have to download the corporate data model. We will go and download corporate data model. In this, we'll go and change location. we make it anyhow it is being done. Okay, so I've done it in the logs class, so that we can change it. Another one we will also go and do. Pay grade, pay component. Code is like ID required equals to true. Yeah. Okay. And then the other one we will also change pay component. No, I just telling some of the fields I have not mentioned here, but I am doing it. That is what I'm. Here I have not mentioned a few fields and all. So I'm just changing. Here I just given location, pay group and pay component is there, right? But those things only are. Because one differentiation when you are learning Employee Central, to do the configuration for the objects called MDF objects, which are white colored ones. Okay, these things we could able to design, or we would able to add any language or anything. If you want to define this particular object, we have to do it in data model. The data model can be opened through XML only. Okay, the data model is nothing but one XML language programming will be there. With that XML programming only, we would be able to define these objects in Employee Central. Okay, so whereas these things I just shown you, configure object definitions, go to object definitions, and where you have seen on the Employee Central, there you can go and design this particular objects. That is the reason I'm telling. That is the steps that we have to follow over here. Yeah, this XML file, this is right. This is a table view. This is the table view of, right? I just going how I can go and search it. Either you can do two ways. Either you can control F and you can search that particular field, which is like I want pay group this way, or you have to go to a table view and you can extract from the table view also. So if you want to go for pay grade, okay. So if you want to go HRS field, if you want to go and do the changes, is like, so I want to make it the code ID would be visibility equals to both, means if you put it visibility equals to both means it's taking it as a edit option, it will be having it, and required equals to true means it is taking it as a mandatory fields. Mandatory fields are nothing but when you open your employee file, okay, in your employee file, it will be shown as a red color mark, it will be shown, because when you are doing the setup, this you have to feel like we are doing a fresh implementation part. So for that reason, already Employee Central is being set up. For that, I just want to do some modification with respect to our Employee Central payroll. To do the Employee Central payroll integration activities, I have to do some mild changes in Employee Central, which we are doing it. Okay. So when you go for personal information, to get this star mark and all, so you have to do it. You have to put it mandatory equals to yes or no. If you put it yes, it will come with a red mark. If you put it no, it will come normal. It won't be having a red mark over here. Even in XML language, what we call it like required equals to true or false, we call it. So if you are putting true means red mark will come. If you are putting false means the red mark will not come. Why you want it? When you are doing, when you want to, this particular field need to be filled compulsory. Why? Because the data should be there to run the payroll and all. We should require all these fields and all should be there. Otherwise, they will not. If the employee, if HR administrator is not maintaining these fields, if you haven't put required field, he will not be giving a value over there for this particular pay grade and all. Okay. So if you are not given, we will be getting issues when we are running the payroll and all, because the payroll requires these inputs from Employee Central along with the regular inputs. These are the mandatory inputs that they wanted. Only the mandatory inputs, whatever is required, that I am just talking to you. That is the reason I'm just telling refine succession data model, refine MDF, refining corporate data model, refining MDF objects. That's all. It means already there is a plenty of information which is there in Employee Central. Along with those things, I want these fields, for these fields also I want the data compulsory. Okay, for that reason, and the data should be the max length. It should be because when you are pushing it from this particular system to that system, when you are handling by API, it will be acceptable. When we are doing it acceptable in that particular system, it has 20. Here also it should be 20 because the data, whatever the data, because we are calling location over here in Employee Central, we'll call it like personal sub area or personal area. Okay, so in payroll system, so that personal sub area will have a value of 20 letters over there only. If you give 30 letters here, means the data is being filled with 30 letters. So the mapping will be getting a conflict over there. So for that reason, we want to just restrict when you are running of these things. We have to ensure these are the things that are the steps that we have to follow. That is what for succession data model, obviously we are going and checking on the Employee Central system managed business configuration. For MDF, anyhow, MDF already will be there with the configure object definitions. Only the corporate data model, you have to depend on XML. That is what the problem. Okay, if you don't know, you have to learn at least this level. Once you download from the provisioning system, open with XML pad, and with respect to Employee Central activities, these are the fields that we have to go and change it. So that is the tabular. That is the table over here. It is there, but these fields we have to change it. So for that reason, we just come over here and just click table view and choose which one you want to change it. You just go over here and change the external codes of it. So this is what we have to do it. Yeah. Once it is being refined, so we will just go back and we will be loading back to the provisioning system. So let me save as version. I'll just change. We will whenever you want to do it, you guys have to do it as a version. So I just want to save it as version 1.1. Just save it, and then we can close. We'll go back to the provisioning system. 1.1, open, submit. If any errors are there, it will show the errors over here. If nothing is there, it will just corporate data model has been uploaded successfully. So this is what we have done. After this, we will just go back to the particular system, and then we will do some refining objects with MDF objects we will be doing of it. That is what the data will be coming only. It will show up to that particular value only. It will show it. That is what I said earlier also. So if it is, for example, first name, if for example, Ananya, first name would be is like Ananya Singh Rathod, Ranbir is there is like, it will show only if it is 40 letters Ananya Singh. Up to that only it will show. So after that, we will just go and do some more things is like, we will go and make it for legal entity and the corporate cost centers with respect to MDF objects.
Sorry, Ruby.
Yeah.
Just a question on the same one. So we change it to like 20 or 40. If in the future, if they want to like create an employee name in the EC payroll system, which contains like a 6,
that we have to increase it along with the help of ABAPer, where they will be do the increase in the values over there. When it is accepting 60 over there, here again come back and we will be changing it. That's all. So all these sometimes it may hand it over to the administrators, or we or separate when we are setting up EC payroll. So obviously when we have done changes in ECP, so we ECP people only will come and do in the EC part. If you're changing in SAP ERP, here also we can come and change it, right? That's all, simple way. In EC, that it will acceptable for 255, it will be acceptable. Okay, so from 255 to I change it to 32. If I can go back from 32 to 255 anytime, that is comfortable with the EC part. That's not a problem. When you are doing it, any changes with respect to your ERP system, you have to change it in ERP system, ERP payroll system, and as well as in Employee Central also you have to do it, because we'll be having the list of things which we have been used for our Employee Central payroll system. So the same thing we have to come back and we have to revisit the same fields and we have to change it. So that is always, it's a notable point that we have to keep in mind always when you are doing with these kind of systems. During that time, you can change it, right? So if you are changing in Employee Central Payroll, obviously you can change it here also. That is what, whenever you want, if you want to change it, you can change it. When you want to change it with respect to Employee Central Payroll, you can change it, or in the Employee Central also, you can change it. That is what I'm telling. If it is the more than 120 letters, if it is there, because we will only change few fields and all. The mandatory fields for Employee Central, we will not be changing. With our respective to Employee Central payroll only we'll be changing it, right?
So that's not going to affect EC?
No, it will not be, because that is what I'm telling. It will be go and sits with that particular length, and it will be shown with that particular letters only. Up to that letters it will be shown over there.
Okay.
So if you don't want to use this particular field in Employee Central Payroll, then you can change it back to your original state. So after this, we will just go to configure object definitions, because some more MDF objects that we want to do it. So we will go to configure object definitions, and here object definition, I just want to go over here and I want to put it cost center. Search also by cost center. This also I just making it to. We can change this to external code, and the external name also I want to change it. So I'll just go to details. This I can put it. And the other one would be is like legal entity, external code. We can change it to 20. Play the code. Legal entity, which is like company. Company, I'm not, the name, I'm not changing it. Only the code I'm changing it. Yeah. So legal entity. So some code, we may put it 2100, 2300, or 100, 110, 1020. Like that, we'll be putting it, right? So that particular code. Only for the code, not for the name. Okay. We can go for 20. It has already been changed. If you want to change the name also, and you can just details. If you want to change the max length also, you can change it. So 255 if you want to put it. Company name. So this is what I refine most for other things. If a few codes are there, which I'll be giving it to you, you guys can practice on that.
Hey there, fellow learners. Want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
Okay, we can start. I just want to give a brief, again, maybe coming back to the root of whatever you guys can think or whatever it is. But I just want to ensure what exactly we're gonna discuss, the entire overview of Employee Central Payroll, EC and ECP integration overview, because here it is like the understanding here is like with this particular point-to-point integration scenario, we can run our payroll using Employee Central as our master data system, and the employee and employee related data is entered in the Employee Central itself, and we will be replicated to the Employee Central payroll for the processing part, and all cost center data, which is already been replicated from SAP Financials. Here, this is the way. So to the SAP SuccessFactors ECP system. So for that, we will. This is one option to do it and all, because there are some primary steps. What we will be doing is like first, employee and employee related data will be maintained in the Employee Central system, and after that, we will employee enters their contact details or biographical details and the payment information in the EC itself. Later on, the other things what we will do is like we will just enter all these information we would be capturing from the SuccessFactors Employee Central, and the other part, Employee Central payroll side, what we will be typically we will maintain a payroll, even the payroll related information like pay group or compensation information like salary and pay rate in the Employee Central will be using of it, and even the additional tax in EC. But we will also carry forward that to the Employee Central payroll system. Whereas the first employee data, we will be doing initial load and then changes, we can do it and all. So we will be, for every payroll period, the payroll admins or specialists, what they'll do is they'll prepare and they execute all the relevant payroll runs, and they'll be accessing ECP, and they'll do all the activities in the Employee Central to do all the processing activities, and then salary payment and payment statement things and all, they'll be doing it. Once the once the pay statement is being done, and it will be forwarded to the SuccessFactors Employee Central system, where employee can access their pay slips and their pay statement in the Employee Central, which is directly it is being rendered from the Employee Central payroll system. Okay. So then the other parts here is like, as I said, like the payroll information is then sent to the financials. The postings into accounting can be done automatically by whatever using the jobs, how the payroll system is using the same corresponding jobs. The payroll system, SAP ECC payroll system, how it is being done with the same standard interfacing technology, which is called ALE technology, where the IDOCs will be generated. All those things, the activities will be happen. This is the same architecture that we would be going to use for the point-to-point system. So what are the same, whatever we have discussed so far, maybe who have attended all the sessions so far, this is the process, that overview how the Employee Central to Employee Central payroll system integration process will happen. So first, initially, as I said, like so far, so all the things, employment or employee related data. So all whatever, if you see, the system would be like this, the mapping tables. What we can see here is like, so here on the employee side, employee personal information side, if you see all the date of birth, country of birth, all these details we will be maintaining in the Employee Central system. So all personal information with respect to home address, national ID information, biographical, contact, and the dependents and the payment information, and all the country-specific tax or social information, social insurance, and everything is being maintained in Employee Central, and these will be mapped to Employee Central payroll system, the payroll system which is like SAP ECC payroll system. Okay, so with this, so how the mapping is being done here is like with all the objects in Employee Central payroll system, we will be storing the database with respect to the info types, because people who is having experience in employee SAP payroll system, they would be knowing this. The structure will be followed with the info type structures. So first info type would be info type 002. IT means info type 002, which is called as a biographical information in the payroll system. So which will be mapping with Employee Central system, Employee Central system with this particular field server. In our IT info type 2 system, we used to maintain date of birth there. So even this data, even in Employee Central date of birth, which we need to do the mapping for the master data replication things that we have to do it in this particular Employee Central integration activities, which we are going to which the configuration steps which we are going to learn in this particular training course. So this would be one criteria. First, info type 2, which takes the information from employee central: date of birth, country of birth, a place of birth, or a birth name or region of birth. All these things, the details which we have to fill generally in employee central. The prerequisites for this integration activities is like, obviously the employee central system need to be employee central in SuccessFactors system. It should be configured. So then only we would able to do the employee central payroll. Otherwise, without employee central, we would not able to do the employee central with the point-to-point connections. Okay, we have some other methodologies, other integration activities and all with any of the legacy systems or third-party integrations and all. We will be seeing as an additional things we would be. The main concentration here, first we have to learn what are the steps that we have to follow in this particular point-to-point integration methodology, and later on I'll be just showing it to you how the time and attendance will be integrated with employee central ECP part. We can see it later onwards. Okay, first thing here is like how we will do the employee central and employee central payroll point-to-point integration activities. We just want to see it. So here is like, this is a mapping things where I have not listed all the mapping activities here, but those who having a knowledge on SAP ECC payroll, they would definitely would have an understanding of which has to be being mapped over here. Okay, so with this employee central first thing that we have taken it as a personal information, where this personal information that we will be doing it is like obviously in the employee file in our SuccessFactors system. Obviously these information on our employee files with respect to the employee central system, we would be maintaining this particular data over here. Okay, the personal information, and then the employment information, compensation information, like this, and also the payroll. So these information, whatever the information that we maintained over here, which need to be mapped or replicate with employee central payroll system. So which are mentioned here is like few of the info types over here. So these are the particular EC, what we can call it like, these are the EC fields, and these are called ECP info types. We can define it. So the connection between these things, we would be doing how to do the connections, how to map the things and all, we would be seeing in this particular course. So just giving an outline, these are the mapping fields that we are gonna do it. So first initially with the biographical, which we will call it like info type 2. So with which whatever the data that we have been entered in employee central system, so which need to be mapped with this particular fields and all, date of birth, country of birth, or place of birth, or we have region of birth if we have been users. But these date of birth is a mandatory field, but other fields is like place of country of birth, place of birth, birth name, region of birth, or not a mandatory fields in employee central. But we will be mapping of those things. If the data is available, it comes and it would sits in a employee central payroll system. It will comes and sits into the employee central payroll system under info type 2. Okay, and after that, other one would be a personal information, where we would be seeing first name, last name, whatever we have seen over here. First name, last name, marital status, gender or salutation, title, and nationality. So these things, whatever we have entered in employee central system, with the integration, whatever we do the point-to-point integration, all the data, whatever the data that we have entered in that particular system, it comes and sits into the info type 2 of employee central payroll SAP payroll system. Okay, so here in this we will be having all these. Even we can maintain some of the here first name is like mandatory, we can choose it. Last name we can choose it as a mandatory, and salutation or if we want to put it title or nationality. All these things we can put it as a mandatory, and we can use, we can bring, because if we put it mandatory, obviously in Employee Central, when you are saving the field, when you are saving that particular portlet, it will not save if you have not filled that particular information. So obviously, if you want to mention it, those we can put it as a mandatory. How we have designed our Employee Central system, we can do it as it is. We can have it. So which will not be taking as any of the complexity with respect to the ECP part. Whatever there the data is being maintained, if you want to map all the objects, all the fields, if you have been mapped it, so whatever the data available in ECP, it will come and switch into the ECP system with the info type, in the info type personal information, info type. In the same way, the dependents, in the same way, the address part, in the same way, email address, in the same way, where we will be having some job info information, where we would be seeing a lot of list with respect to the mapping parts, where we can see it over here as well. I've given in the next slide with respect to job info, and also the payment info part will be seen, and the info types, it will be defined and it will be sits in this particular info types part. Whereas with respect to the job info here, so the company first thing would be info type 00, which we will be talking about the event and the event reasons, where we will be using of event reasons in Employee Central activities. And whereas it comes to job information with respect to the info type 001, if you see, this is the 00 and 001, where we would be seeing some other important things here is like the location. So the way will be location, we will be doing it, the mapping entries in one of the particular table with respect to the code mapping. So we will maintain one particular table in SAP ECP part. There we will be doing a mapping with respect to the location. The recommendation is like location maps into two fields in ERP, inbound personal area and the sub area. There we will be maintaining two ERP fields for one EC field order. So those two things we will be maintaining in one table to pull out the data over there. Okay, so that is the location and the company, where we will be using the company, and also the cost center and the employee classes, where we would be mapping with our info type cost center and employee class, where we would be mapping with the info type 1, and even the employment type or the contract type, and also the job classification, and also the position, and then the business units or departments or whatever the divisions where we would seeing of it. And where respect of 7, we will be info type 7, where we would be having full-time activities, where we will be doing of it, and also we will be having a working days per week. So this we will be under 7. We will be maintaining with respect to ECP part. We will be maintaining info type 7. We'll be maintaining these particular Employee Central fields. So whatever the fields that we entered in Employee Central, it will migrate and it will switch into the info type 7, where we would be seeing in Employee Central payroll system. So, and after that we will be having another info type, which is like, so info type 7 and 8 also will be there, which is mainly for pay scale areas and pay scale types and pay scale groups or pay scale level, which we will be seeing of it, especially in the info type 8, where we would be seeing in that particular info type, we can see it. After that, there are some other info types which we can say is like pay component recurring part, where we would be seeing as a compensation and information. Here in this compensation information, where we would be having the pay group, it goes and sits in info type 1, and we will be having other pay component info types. It will goes and sits in either 18 and 14 also. But whatever the pay component, here the code mapping here is like we have the mapping things that we will be mapping with the Employee Central system, Employee Central payroll system. Okay, so the amount or issue date or frequencies, everything we will be maintained with respect to the compensation activities. So this is what the mapping. There are a lot of mapping things are there, which I will be we will be dealing with the important ones in our course, and the rest I'll be giving a document for the mapping master data document, because we have recurring deductions part, info type 14, that we will be having recurring information for the benefits. Also we'll be having component non-recurring part, we'll be having one-time deductions, we may have it. So all these other things and all, I'll be giving a these are the whatever we have seen on the slides, or some of most of the important types that obviously we will do the replication mapping between Employee Central and Employee Central payroll system. Okay, so when the 9 info type, obviously the 9 which is like payroll information, where we would be talking about payment information part. Here in this, obviously we will be maintaining of the major things and all, is like what is the payment method, and what is the account type, and what is the account number, all those things. Quickly is different from EC. Between EC and ECP, it is been happening. Okay, EC with some other system, it will be with some other. If EC with ADP payroll or EC with any of the other systems, it would be a little different. So in ADP payroll, we may have some other, maybe they call it like some other ADP fields. Okay, but when it comes to the Employee Central, we call it like info types. We're gonna do with the info types mapping. Okay, so now these Employee Central, we are mapping with Employee Central payroll, which is the system of SAP ECC payroll system, which contains of info types over there. In the Employee Central payroll system, we have that info types will be there in that particular Employee Central. See, what the procedure here is like, whenever you hire whatever the information that you given over here, once you're done with the EC to ECP integration, the point-to-point integration, once after done all the mapping activities, once all done of the activities and all, when you run the new hire, whenever you have hired a new employee, whatever the new employee, whatever the fields that we filled it on this particular new hire sheet, so all those things with a one particular job, it will goes and sits into the Employee Central payroll system with respect to this particular info types. Okay, so the step process will be there, what all the steps that we gonna do and all. So those are the steps we have to discuss. Now here is like why I just want to mention is like, so the major things, those who have learned Employee Central, they know what are the fields and all. The people who knows Employee Central and Employee Central payroll, they can easily look for these are the mapping data that we're gonna do it for a Employee Central payroll, where we're gonna see with this particular system, all like that, and all how we have to do and all, we will be discussing in this entire course. Okay, so but these are the mapping things that we have to do it. The major mappings with respect to personal, biographical, compensation, and then the job information part. And later on, we have other things and all, which I can what all the things that we gonna map it with respect to the Employee Central to the ECP part, that document I'll be giving it. The major things here is like with respect to personal information and biographical information and job information and the compensation information, we're gonna see with these activities. Okay, with these mapping fields and all, we would be doing of. So, and the other thing here is like with respect to the dates part. So where we will be having the info type in Employee Central, the data, whatever the data with respect to the data, whatever the data is like, company entry date or a department entry date, jobs entry date, leave of absence are automatically filled depending on the scenario with these values in Employee Central payroll. Because we have a dates info type 41, the dates one will be happen if we have an end date. In Employee Central, we may have end date, but in Employee Central payroll, we may call it like a termination date. Okay, so these will get, these are the things that we have to map it with respect to EC and ECP, so that what will happen whenever you have given an end date to any employee, this will get updated into Employee Central Payroll system as a termination date kind of things. Even whatever is a planned end date, if you have any planned end date, because if any global assignment or a pension planned end date, if they are taking any voluntary retirement or whatever it is, if they are going for any pension planned end date kind of things, if they want it, if we have given planned end date in our Employee Central system, it will take up to any of the it automatically it will get fills on any of the pension plan end date, whatever the activity it will be chosen. So for most of the ECP parts, for one field itself, we will be doing 2 ERP fields. Some cases we may do it with 1 EC field equals to 2 ERP fields. We'll be doing it. ERP is nothing but ECP fields and all. Okay. So with the start dates also, where we will be having 2 or 3 ERP dates, we have to map it, because we have to do the mapping technique at any cost, because all the data need to be flowed between these 2 systems and all. Okay, so for that reason, obviously, whenever you're giving any information with respect to any of the field which need to be mapped into the Employee Central system, Employee Central Payroll system, with any of the fields for there. That is what I'm telling. If the cases, if we want to do it 1 EC field, which we want to make it 2 or 3 ERP fields, we have to do that. Okay, in employees and in Employee Central Payroll activities. One example here is if you see for the location, we have only 1 field in Employee Central. But whereas in employee ERP system, we will be using it as for personal area and sub area. For that, we have to do mapping entries in one of the table. We have to create one table in Employee Central Payroll system, and where we will be filling off that. That is what here, if you see on the compensation, we have to map with the payroll group code, where we will be having a pay scale group constant mapping, that we have to do it with this particular code mapping. Anyhow, I'll be showing those things in our course, how we will be doing it. Once if you do EC to SAP and SAP to ECC, it will come. Something here is we will not do any higher activations or work schedule activations in ECP part. We only control over EC only. Okay, the data, whatever, that is what I said, right? What the main important things here is employee and employee related data will maintain in Employee Central. Employee contact data, biographical data, payment information, all those things will be maintained in Employee Central. Okay, only what we will be doing it in a ECP part, only the pay statements and the pay slips, which is directly rendered from ECP part, and we will be doing it whatever the cost center that we bring it from the financials, those things only. Whatever we have entered in EC, that will goes to the ECP, and ECP runs the payroll, and it comes back to the EC part. That's all. So just what I have told over here is just the small things that I have given out over there. Okay. Anyhow, if for your information, if we go for the personal management in IMG activity, so there if you go for integration with SuccessFactors Employee Central in our, if you go for IMZ, there you'll be having a personal management over there, right? So in that you'll be having all the personal management activities. On top of it, you'll be having integration with SuccessFactors Employee Central. Okay, where in that place where you have to go for the organizational data integration. In that organizational data integration, if you go for define field mappings for the organization data and employee data like that, all the integration things will be there. So there we will be going for, and we will be looking out for the primary mappings over there. So there you can see for all the primary mappings, whatever the mappings that your is there in your system. If it is your system is being integrated with Employee Central, is there. If it is not there, it would be, I'll be showing it to you. Okay. There we will be having a transformation template. First, we will be having it in that mappings for view. There, if you go there, we'll be having a primary mappings. So for each and every mappings, we'll be giving our instance number when you are choosing of it. So for which instance ID that you want to go and see the mapping structures and all. Okay. So you have to mention EC instance ID, whatever the ID. This is the ID for this particular company. So that ID, if you give it, if it is being integrated system, that in your I'll be showing it to you. The overview part here is like only the steps that we have to do the configuration steps. The entire thing here is like in our last session, we have done these some primary steps that we have done now to go and change the succession data model part where we want to go and change it location to mandatory fields and all MDF payment information. And then in the corporate data model, we went for some of the objects and we have done on that particular class. That is what we have done. And that also I'll be showing it to you. And this is the first. These are the major steps that will be follow from the Employee Central side. Okay. After that, we'll be start defining all the pick lists with respect to employee class pick list. We have to do the employee class pick list, and also we have to do all whatever the necessary pick list whenever we required for all the fields, or for which fields that we are doing Employee Central, for which we have been used the pick list and all for the employee class, and also we will be seeing for pay scale type and pay scale areas. For those things, we have to maintain the pick list. We have to load it into the system. Employment type, employee class, or process type, or state salutation, account type, marital status. All these are the pick lists that we have to load it into the system, especially. And then some other things we have to do it that way. After that, we will be having here create custom field for the work schedules. Here also the custom fields for the work schedules. If you don't have any automated time off system, if you don't have it, okay, we have to do it through we have to do it through a enhanced pick list side only. We have to do it. Any of those steps also I'll be showing it to you with the system. Okay. So with respect to work schedules, and we will be seeing all the information, configure employee files, people profile, how to set into the payroll configuration and payroll unified things. All these are the steps, 17 steps, or somehow 20 steps, along with the permissions parts for the admins and employee as parts and all. We will be doing of it. And with respect to, these are the steps that I want to show it over here. So if you see for this particular part, so we have 20 steps, and when it comes to the ECP part, we will be just going and seeing of SAP info type actions part, and mapping of organization terms and codes, work schedule default or creation custom ID false and all. So set up base types, configure the assigning the fields and all. Okay, so replication, employee key mapping table, all the replications only we will be doing of it in ECP steps part. Okay, this is a complete steps, whatever you see in the point-to-point EC2 ECP integration activities. These are the complete set that we're gonna discuss with, maybe I'm not telling. So all these steps will be considered for more of 20 classes. We'll be covering off all these steps, each and every steps in this particular part. So this is the one that we want to show it, and so the other parts where we will be seeing as I said, like in IMG activity, and additional to this, we will be also look for a few activities here. Is like additionally is like I just want to show you how the Corona's workforce system also I'll be showing it. Okay, So that part also I'll be showing it. So this is what we have it for the overview, only the overview part that we have done. And even last time when we have seen on the provisioning system, whatever we have done here is like once we have activated payroll system. So these are the objects that we made it when we went to succession data model, where we have downloaded a succession data model and the master data application. Maybe you can refer back to the recording or whatever. So there we have mentioned, maybe you would have asked, maybe Sharat, you have asked why we wanted the recommendation for why we want to put a max length or a 20 is like the recommendation, because the payroll field length in ECP is that is the maximum length. As I said like earlier also, if you give exceeds the value, whatever the value that we give it for that location, if you give California some more than 20 letters, so that makes a problem with respect to the mapping activities and all. So for that reason, we have to maintain in EC part. So for that reason only, we have downloaded corporate data model, and we have changed the location value, the location max length ID from whatever the ID it was there, 255, 124, it was there. From there, we have changed it to the 20 part. Okay, so those things obviously we have to do it for our things in this particular things where we want to do it and all, and the location and the cost centers and the job classification also, and for the pay groups part we have to do it. And even for the country specific succession, last week we haven't downloaded that one. We will just download that.
All right, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. In SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll, which feature allows for the simulation of payroll results before actual processing? Option A, Payroll Cockpit. Option B, Payroll Simulation. Option C, Payroll Control Center. And option D, Payroll Dashboard. Now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, do type your correct answer in the comment section below. Hey there fellow learners, want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
We have done for employment type, pay scale, type and pay scale area, and rest you can do it for these values. Okay, and for the job information, under the job information, we have done for a couple of the things like location or cost center kind of things and repeated. So you guys can do it for the other parts, right? And like this we have for the compensation also, we have done for pay group and pay component yesterday with the corporate data model. So where I'll be giving a corporate data model file also for you guys. Okay, XML file. I'll forward for this. That is what, if you want to practice on it, you just do the practice, whatever the available things and all, which we can do it on a MDF part and the succession data model with respect to managed business configuration. With the managed business configuration, you guys can do it. And for the personal information, so we can other things, there are few things over here like this I've given. I'll give this document to you guys. Okay, so yesterday we have done for the payment method part, we have done. You guys can do it for processing type and for the bank country, only the type and the country codes only we have to change the fields. Okay, so after that, yesterday we have done for few things is this is what on the MDF part. And yesterday I've done for cost center. For a few more refining is like cost center, legal entity. And today we will be starts with the upload pick list parts. Okay, the pick lists, what exactly the pick lists are, nothing but to give a brief. Those who are knowing the pick list, they might have heard in Employee Central configuration and all. But the pick lists are nothing but the drop-down list. Whenever you are filling any data, you want to get it some values onto your some values, how the values would come on our employee files. For example, if you are accessing employee files, okay. So if you take these are nothing but a drop-down list. Those drop-down list, we have to create few of the drop-down lists with some values we want to create it. So those values, how we can create it. See, for example, if you go for marital status, so this is the drop-down. The values, how these values are coming in the configuration in in Employee Central configuration, we would be knowing of it. So, but on the other hand, so what are required? What are the values that we have to give it as a external codes? Okay, so those codes we have to do the value mappings in our Employee Central payroll. So those things we will define the pick list, and we will do it for few of the codes. We will add it and we will do it now. And to configure this particular pick list, an admin user must be granted permissions through role-based permissions and all. So typically an admin, SF admin or administrators would have this access. So I just giving it. Anyhow, you would be knowing, you would have learn how to give the access for pick list through Employee Central configuration and all during our Employee Central configuration. But anyhow, I just want to give it how to set the permissions to get pick list center in our Employee Central system. So for this reason, we have to grant these permissions to manage this pick list center. Being an administrator, we have to go with some steps, which is like we will go and we will navigate to the admin center, and in admin center we will go to the set user permissions for this particular one, and we will go to the manage permission roles, and we can click the permission role for our super administrator, because we are using the super administrator, which is nothing but system admin or whatever admin or system admin or a sysadmin or anything that we have created in our Employee Central. We will go to that particular employees and permissions, and we will go to manage system properties. This will be the user permissions, where you will be just give the permissions to us. Anyhow, for this particular system, it is there. Okay, so to bring up this is just giving a permissions part for the pick list center to activate how we can see the pick list center in our Employee Central system. To get that, to get activate of that thing, we have to go and give the permissions for an administrators. So in this, I just want to give it for this particular part, where we will be going for a under administrator permissions. We will just select manage system properties. These are the administrator permissions, and then we will go to system properties. In this system properties, we will be having a pick list management and pick list mapping setup will be there. So this we will be enabling it. If it is not there, you would not be able to access pick list center on our Employee Central system. So here we will be just seeing of pick list. We have to activate this one, and then we will be just going and we will be saving the changes with respect to the pick list part. Because if this permission has been successfully granted for us, we could able to see the pick list centers under company settings. Once the granted is done, we will go to admin center, and we will be seeing a company settings on the admin center. There you would able to see the pick list center on our screen over here. This is what the pick list center. So this is the pick list center, and why we want to upload the pick list with respect to some of the employment type or employment class or address types is like, because whatever the codes that we have entered for all the pick lists, these codes must be unique for the context, because we have to upload these relevant pick lists for the few objects which are like employment type, employee class I have given over here. On the document also I've given, and also on this PPT. So I've just mentioned employment type, employment class, and the address type, there will be one more address type, and we will be having a state with respect to, because where state underscore USA means it represents the relevant ISO country or a regional code in our employee address part. So pick list entries must be always in a capital letters, and numbers also we would be using up to 0 to 9. If you want to give it, for example, under employment type or employment class, employment type, if you want to give it, which is like employee group in payroll configuration. So where employee group is nothing but active employees or retired employees or inactive employees. The employee type is nothing but, here let me show you the difference also. The employee class and employee type. Employee class is nothing but employee group. Employee type is nothing but employee sub. So employee class is like whatever the active employees, inactive employees, retired employees, or voluntary employees, all those comes under employee classes. Employee type is like in active itself, we will be having salaried employees, or a part-time employees will be having it. We will be having a contract employees. All those comes under employment type. Okay. Employee class is like, it is if you talk about active employees, in that active employees we'll be having a types which are called, one type is like salaried type, and the other type would be is like a contract type, and the other type would be a part-time type, or he will be only a weekly, hourly employees. Like that, if you want to mention, those people will be mentioning it as a under employment type, will be mentioning it. So for these peoples, so if you want to load any additional which are respective to employee central payroll things, if you, because these things whatever we would be entering it, so we have to enter this into a capital letters, and whenever you're using for example salaried 121, some unique code that you want to give it, so only the values you have to, numbers you have to use only 0 to 9 only we have to use. Okay, so for this purpose only we want to go and use this particular employee central pick list and all will be used. Because the employee the first thing what we will do is like employee class. So employee class, as I said, like we will be having active employees, intern employees, or apprentice employees, or whatever the way that we will be calling them. Okay, so those things we would be, for them we will be just giving a value which whatever the value that we have maintained in our pick list, we will be used to map to our employee group. So for that reason, that key of employee central payroll during employee replication process we will be using. That external code we have to just maintain. We will be, external code is like for active employees will keep A. So that is our external code. We can put it like that. So if it is any consultants, or if we have any apprentice are there, we will just mention some P value, or some intern employees are there, we will be having I, we can put it. In intern also we will be paying them as a hourly or a salary we will be paying, which is called an employment type, we may get it. So like this, if you want to do it, so what we will be doing is like we will just go and do that particular pick list, how we will be going and doing it. So that we will be just going and seeing it. So first thing what we will do is like I'll be doing it for employee type. I'll be going and doing it. Okay. So for employee type, I'll be going and doing of this one. So I'll go to employee type in pick list. Once we have activated our pick list, so we would be able to see under company settings. We'll go to the pick list center, Java. So we will go for employee class, so which is already having employee. So because we will employee type or employee type, we will, if we do it, so employee type or employee class or whatever it is. So now I'll just go do it for employee type. and then here I just want to go here. If you see, so in one contractor is there, probationary is there, full-time or a part-time or a seasonal. I just want to add one more field, future. The external code I want to put it for this particular employee type. Okay, so I just want to give it some so already we have a few things, right? We have details, yes. So we have contractor, probationary, full-time, part-time, seasonal is there. I want to add it, hourly I'll add it. Okay, so for this hourly, I can give values like H, I can give it or HOU or whatever the value. If we want to give it, I just want to give it if H, the same external code H, we will be doing the value mappings in our SAP ERP system. So for that reason, we want to keep this external code as H, and the label I want to put it hourly, and I want to make it this an active type, and then we will just go and create this. Yeah, value drop, value I just putting on. This is an external code. Whenever you are doing it in our ERP system, we can call these with H. Okay, we can value map with the H. Yesterday I've shown you, maybe you would have reminded, I don't know. When we open over there, there will be one external code value will be there. So to do the mappings and all. So with that mappings, when you see that it is a pick list mapping, then we will be just asking. So there will be, if you want to add it a new one, so which I want to add it as a H, okay, which is going to be mapped with our SAP ERP system. If we want to map with our ERP system, because in our ERP system, if we have hourly, we have it, or if we want to, if we have any other part-time hourly also will be there. Okay, sometimes in that system, if we have any additional values are there in that particular system, how we can do it in our employee central system also we can do it. Any custom, the label, anything we can give it, but the code would be the map we have to match with the code. Whatever the code we maintain in our ERP, so we have to. So even for these things also, we will come back and we will change it. Why? Because if in that system, if we have a part-time or a full-time, they call it like a yes means. What we have to do is like we just go over here and we will change that particular external code with yes, we can change it and we can do it or okay. So that is what we have to do it whenever we want it. Okay. So with respect to, because there we will be calling full-time as a salaried employee, salaried full-time in our ERP system, we call it. Okay. So for that, if we want to change it, because all our employee types, we will be calling it like employee subgroups in our ERP systems. So if you want to map those systems, whenever you want to change it, you can change it like this. Okay. So this is what the thing where we can do it. And after that, we will just go to another pick list, which is called employee class. Because now the system has been updated. Actually, earlier we used to, maybe if you know employee central systems and all, earlier we used to import a Excel CSV file, and then we have to do it in that particular CSV file, and then we have to load it back to the employee central system with the Excel, with that CSV format and all, import and export pick lists and all, we would have heard about it. But the new systems, have been migrated with the pick list center, where we can do it easily by adding any pick list values. If we want to add it, we can add it or directly onto the employee central screen center. Okay. So if we go for employee class, if you see here, we can have active employees is there, terminated, expatriate, we have intern is there. So all external codes, we have seen the codes are there. Okay. So if we want it, if I want to add any, AEs, okay, active employees. If I want to add it some value, call it like employee class, employee group we have in ERP system. For example, if we want to add it, we just go and add it. AE is nothing but active employee. So we can have active employee like this, and we can add it, create it. We'll be getting of it the code which is being maintained. So we can call these are all external codes that whenever we want to have to be entered in for all the pick lists, these codes must be unique for their context and all. Okay, so for other pick lists and all, what we have here is like, so there is one more. Now employee type and employee class we did it, and for state, if you want to do it for state, which is a address field one. Okay, so if we want to do it, pick list state. So we have each and every state. For each and every state we have it. So state underscore USA means we may have all the USA, all states will be there, and this is the external code we have maintained. With this particular external code, we have to do the value mappings in our ERP system. Okay, so if you want to add any new state in, if you don't want it, we need not to add any things. If we don't have a state underscore USA is not there, we have to go and create it in the pick list center. We can go and create it. Okay, so here already a state underscore USA is there. So if we want to create it, if we are doing a payroll for Deutschland is there, Australia, Belgium, BA, if we want to create it anything, or if you want to edit it also, you can do the edit part like this. Okay, so these are the standard external codes only. So the same standard external codes that we use it in our ERP system. So the same thing we can do it over here. Next, other pick list, whatever we have other pick list here is like, when you go for AEC field mapping, there are pay scale types. So for example, we go and create process type. So this one we will create it. We have the values also. So which we want to pay it, bonus, expenses, or a payroll thing that we want it. So we just go and create it. So we will just check it whether the process type is there or not. So process type is there. So for this process type, we have values P, V, and E. We have it. Okay. So if we want to add some other payroll, bonus, expenses, if I want to pay some stock, okay, so stock values or some bonus, short-term bonus, STB, if we want to create it, if we want to run that also in our employee central payroll system, which we are doing it in that. So short-term bonus, we can say it, and we can create this, because we will be doing, these are the value mappings, we will be doing it over there. Okay, short-term bonus. Where we will be seeing here is like on our fourth step of employee central payroll system, define mapping code value list. So when we are doing this, we will do all these mappings over there. Okay, so there yesterday I've shown some values are there, business unit, department, like that we have shown it. For all those things, we have a pick list configuration or a foundation object configuration was there. So like that only we have to. There, whenever you are giving, we have to give the values. If these values also need to come into the ERP systems and all, so we have to give the external codes like STB, we have to give it, then it will get value, that particular value will get mapped it. Okay, so short-term bonus, we can create it. So this we have created, payroll bonus expense we have created, and we want to create short-term bonus also we have created. This particular value, if you give it, if we have value in our ERP system, we can map with that particular. If there it would be call it like some value in that the some value they would be calling it like bonus 1 or bonus 2. So for bonus 1 we can map it STP, for bonus we can map it B, like that. Okay, So, and then we will just go to versions. And if we want, we will just go to some other, for most countries, we can have, we must assign a pick list for state and all. And if we want to do it account type, okay. So if we want to do it account type, we have SG savings and checking is there. Okay, so already is there. We need not to do it. So I've done it. So like salutation, if we go for the main personal parts and all, if we want to go for salutation, so we have two things. One would be ZaranTech, which is this is the latest. If we modify, so the same salutation we would be using in Employee Central ERP system also. So if you wanted any Mrs., Mr., Morris, MS we have been using. So if we want to add any values like MIST, so I just want to label it like mistress something. Okay, we can create it like this. So in our Employee Central system. Okay, so now this is what. So these are the common, some of the things that we want to do it, we can do it. So next thing would be, once we're done with this, the pick list we have defined. After that, the check we will be just go and pay scale setup if we will be doing it. Anyhow, we have done yesterday also. Once again, I just want to go and do it. For this, before we will just going into this parts and all, I'll just how we can do this configuration in Employee Central, how we have done for pay scale area and all. We have to go for configure business, configure object definitions. So when you go with this, is this MDF object, we will just go to we will go back to the admin center, and then we'll just go to configure object definitions. So the object we want to create it here is like pay scale type. Okay, so if we go for all four are there, okay, pay scale type, how this particular object is being designed, we just want to check it. So this is what the object is being designed in this way, with whatever the field, what are the fields are there, that code and pay scale type, external name, country is there. Okay, so when you open simultaneously in our managed data, go to manage data, the admin center, pay scale type. If you go over here, pay scale type, if you see it, if you want to create a new record or any existing record, for example, so if you see whatever the values that we maintained for this particular object, what are the main objects that we have maintained over here, code, pay scale type, external name, and country. So that is what we would able to see it. Okay, so these are the things that we want to maintain it. We can, if these particular MDF objects are not created, so this is the way where we want to go and create it, pay scale type, pay scale area, in configure object definitions. we just go to create new object definition, and by clicking and by giving pay scale type like that, we have to give it and we have to create it. Okay, so and what all the things that we want to capture it, what all the main things and all, what is the external name, what is the pay scale type, so and the country we want to just choose it, for which country this pay scale type is being used. Okay, so this way we have to create the object. Even in the same way, the pay scale area, pay scale type, and pay scale group or pay scale. Obviously, the MDF objects would have been created. So if in case these are not created in our employee central, we have to do this pay scale setup part. In that pay scale setup, why these things and all is that in our ERP system, we will differentiate all these values over there. Okay, so why is the new pay scale not created via managed data? So the pay scale area, if we want it, we can create it over here. So now if we want to create it any pay scale type, we just search over here. So what is the pay scale type? You can see here as like MDF is nothing but metadata framework. Okay, that concept would be where we would be explaining in employee central part. Okay, so in that employee central, what exactly MDF is nothing but. So when we start with our employee central configuration, in employee central, what the configurations we do it here is like where we have to construct, we have to do the structures design and all, we have to do it in employee central. What are those structures? Organization structure, employee structure. Okay, so all these structures while creating, earlier we used to create through the XML program. Okay, so in that XML programming, we used to create all these objects. These are the objects, because to build one organization structure, we should require, these are the primary things we have to build it over there. Okay, organization, job, and pay should be there for our organization structures when we are creating it. So while doing it, we used to do it over corporate data model. In earlier assets and all, before 2015, we used to do it through the XML coding and all. There we used to create one particular object which is called legal entity or a department or a business unit or a cost center, and then we will create the records for this particular part. So the structures of organization structures, obviously it would be like this. Legal entity, the business unit will be there. For business units, under business units will be having a divisions will be there, departments will be there, like this. So for all the departments, we'll be having a locations or location groups will be having. Each and every location will be having a jobs will be there. Those jobs and those job functions will be there. So for those jobs and functions, how the pay we will be giving it. So that was a organization structure. To build organization structure in Employee Central, we used to have XML was there. Post that XML, so by doing XML, we are getting a lot of issues. Why? Because keep on editing the XML. Yesterday we have downloaded from the provisioning system and we have edited and we have to load it back to the provisioning systems. So most of the customers, they are getting a problem of doing that particular data model procedure. For that, they SF has come into a migration methodology which is called a MDF, metadata framework, where they have created one particular framework in Employee Central in the SF system itself. So there you can go and create any object, any division or any cost center if you want to create it. So that particular cost center or a department, if you want to create that department object, you can create it through the configure object definitions. After that, once you create that department as a object, after that you can create a record, the department 1, department 2, department 3, department 4, department 5. Like that, the records we can create it through the managed data. So they have able to move all these things into a specific framework. In that framework, the framework which is called configure object definitions framework. So with that framework, we could easily can create that particular objects, what are in that particular objects, what all the fields that we wanted, we will be putting. Okay. And then after that, by using of those fields, we can go and create the values over there. Okay. So with that fields, we'll be creating the records over there. The same way, we have able to migrate it under the Employee Center. We are able to migrate it only these particular objects. We could able to migrate it to metadata framework. These white colored ones are still lying with the XML only. Yesterday we have opened corporate data model and we have seen how to do the changes, how to create the object value, object fields and all, how to define the fields for that particular objects. We can able to do it through the corporate data model. The metadata is nothing but some of the major organization structure objects they have brought into the system. In the employees and in the SuccessFactors instance system only we could able to do it. And additional to this, if any customer objects are there, okay, in some companies they'll be having some customer objects and all if they want it in their organization structures. So if they want to create it, those things which we will call it like a customer objects or a custom objects, those custom objects we can build it through configure object definitions. We can build it by using metadata framework. So any custom objects, if you see on our employee central system, if you go back, you would able to see there are multiple objects have been created over. So if you want to create any customer related objects apart from the standard objects will be there. Obviously, department is there. Okay. Apart from if they want to create it as separate apprentice department. Okay. So which would be a record, but the department would have. So the department would have some certain fields. We can define certain fields over here. Okay, these are the fields we have able to define it. But for apprentice, we don't want to fill these many fields for a apprentice details and all. So for that, if you want to create department with some other object, if we wanted, they can go and create it apprentice department details where we would be having very less fields over there. Okay, so we would be having very less fields. Okay, like this. So whatever the object that we want to create it, we could able to create it. So a new foundation object should be created first in configure object definitions and records added via managed data. Yes, correct. The new foundation objects also, the yellow colored ones, only these ones. Okay, only these ones we have to do it. Okay. So rest all white colored, we have to do it in corporate data model, XML only. And then for once you load it, the records where we can create it here is like, we have to go to manage, we have to go for records for foundation objects, which are white colored ones here. For those objects, we have to go for manage organization, pay and job structures to create the records. If you see, only white colored one, location group, geozone, location, pay range, pay grade, pay component and pay component groups and all. Okay, so these are the things that which we have developed the object in corporate data model, and to create the record we have to come over here. So when you click location group, it will be asked us to fill some fields. Okay, if you want to create a new location group, so these are the fields that we have to fill it. These fields were defined in corporate data model XML code. Through XML code, we have defined these particular values in there. But whereas when it comes to the MDF, we will go to where we will define. We will define in corporate object definitions only. We will be defining the fields. So this is called a metadata framework. The sub framework they have given it for us to create our objects, whatever the objects that we want to create it for our own, so we can do it. We can do it standard objects and also the custom objects. If you want it, we can create those objects over here. Okay, so this is what the MDF all about. So for the people who have not knowing of Employee Central, you just request ZaranTech so that I can explain you in a separate sessions for the people. Okay, so as of now, we will, where we stopped it, we just want to create one pay scale type. Okay, so the pay scale type, so what we can create here is like, so we have some, anything we can take it. These are the values, some values are there. Especially for US, we will just take it. So there are some hourly are there, salaried is there. Hourly exempt, we can create it. Pay scale type, okay. So hourly exempt.
Hey there, fellow learners. Want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
Like this, we can create pay scale types. The same way, if we want to define any of the other object definitions with respect to these parts, you guys can create it and you guys can play with this. Okay. After that, the seventh one would be is like we want to create one custom field for the work schedules in our job informations if we want to create it. Why we want to create this particular custom field we want to create it here as like, so whenever we don't have especially for the work schedules, if you are not using time off from the employee central system, okay, so to do this particular activities, if we are not using time off, we want to use the work schedules of ERP system. Okay, because in ERP systems, you'll be having a work schedules. Work schedules are nothing but Monday to Friday. What is the work schedule? Generally, for our employees and all, what will happen? Monday to Friday would be is like 5 days working will be there, and each day we have to work 8 hours. So which is called 5 into 8, 40 hours will be there. Some work schedules will be having a flexible work schedules will be there. Some will be a strict work schedules will be there. So if we want to create a flex, which we want to use it, because whenever if you're not using time off of employee central, we will use time management of SAP HR system. So to just get the input only for the input purpose, where what is the work schedule this particular employee is being followed, and this particular work schedule need to be mapped with in our employee central system, because in our payroll, first item what we have been choosing over there is like work schedule, under which work schedule this guy is working. Because when we do the payroll process, we will be paying monthly, we will be paying bi-weekly, or we will be paying mostly bi-weekly or monthly if we are paying it. So for a bi-weekly, what schedule they are using it. So in what way the employees are coming. So whether if it is salaried or hourly or whatever it is, so in what way the work schedule is being defined. So in Employee Central, in ERP, in SAP HCM, if they defined one flexible is like 5 days, 8 hours they have to work it, and it accumulated to 40 hours. So for 40 hours, if they are paying 40 hours hourly, if they are doing it hourly payment, they have to do it 40. For bi-weekly, if they are paying 40 plus 40, 80, for 80 hours, they have to do the payment. So to get that input, if you are not using Employee Central time off or time sheet, because where we will be capture, all those we will be captured through a timesheet in employees and in ERP system with employee self-service. Okay, there in HCM also we have here the timesheet. How the timesheet looks like here is like, if you go for a timesheet over here, so this would be the schedule like this. So from Monday to Friday, they'll be applying, they'll be filling this particular timesheet. They'll be just go to and they'll fill it, whatever the hours they have it. So they'll be filling. In the same way, in employees and in ERP system also, we will be filling the timesheet and all. But for this particular timesheet, there should be some work schedule need to be defined. For this, for example, for this particular Ananya Singh, what is the work schedule for this system? They are using employee time off for this particular system. Okay, so for this system, they are using, if you go for employment, there will be having a time information. If you go show more, and if you go, there is a work schedule over here. Normal work schedule they are following. It is like every day 8 hours. This is non-working day, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, like this. So, but this is where they have to, these are all called it as a planned hours we will define in this particular time off system. This time off, how to configure the time off from, and how we can map this Employee Central time off and timesheet config. I'll be giving a separate session, and how we can pull this data to this particular system. That integration replication, I'll be showing it to you. Okay, once the time off is being set from the Employee Central. If there is no time off, we just want to capture a small information which is called work schedule. Which work schedule they are following for this particular user. For that reason, we want to create a work schedule field to fill that particular value in Employee Central. If they are not using employee time off, no time off module is being there for Employee Central system. Only a plain system, if they are using it, this particular plain system, they want to do the payroll processing. The payroll processing, how it will be, the same, the time management, the values and all, it will be take from that particular system. Okay, so in ERP system. So that process they'll be doing it, but here only the information that we just capturing for that particular employee, how we will be doing is. In this, we will be creating a custom work schedule field in Employee Central. Okay, how we will be creating here is like, we will go to manage business configuration. So I'll just going in here, manage business configuration. Okay, we will go to manage business configuration. We just want to fill one particular value, job info. These are all like the points that whenever if these systems are not using, only just for our information purpose. Because if you are running a payroll, you should require all number of systems need to be set up. So if some systems have not set up, what are the feasibilities, what are the things that we can consider it is like. For that reason, we have to do this particular steps 6 and 7. If you're using employee time off, you need not. So that I'll be talking to you, and in one particular weekend we will discuss how to configure employee time off from the Employee Central system, and how we can pull that data into our employee ERP system. We will be seeing of it, because we have to know ERP system field mapping, the value mappings and all, we have to know it. For that reason, I just park it and we will discuss that additionally. And now just showing it to you just to maintain from a employee side, because we are feeling this employee central only a data employee record system only, just to give the records to the ERP system. That's all. Whatever the record, for which employee you want to run the payroll and which work schedule they are using it. So for that reason, we want to create one particular field in our employee central system. We have to create one small field with the values of ERP system values on it. Okay. So for this, we just call it like work schedule. So in this is the job info. For this job info, we are creating a field for job info. We are doing a configuration for USA. So we have to go for USA. And in this USA, we will call it like these are all localized. There will be, what will happen? There will be a standard HRIS fields will be there, which will be shown for across the board would be the common. And if you want to have any additional fields with respect to the country specific, you will be going for each country wise and you will be doing the fields part and all, you have to configure it. Okay, so now these are the fields which are related to only for the USA, because normal job information, for a job information, what all the information that we want to capture it here is like for any employee, if you want to capture it. So normal information is like which position they are into, what is which legal entity, which business unit they are into, which division, which department, which location, which time zone, and which cost center they belongs to. All these will be there. Okay, so if you want to have a particular to your USA, so why you can put it a work schedule over here. Okay, so already the work schedule is being there because we are using employee time off for this particular system. So if it is not there and if you are not using employee time off of this particular system, so we want to do it with respect to that particular country only, so that we have to go and do the activities with respect to that particular country. Okay, so that is the reason we want to go for a localized one, which is called USA localized one. Okay, so we will just go to the localized USA part, and from there we will just go and create one new custom object, which is called, for that we'll be having custom strings and all we will be available. So we have a custom objects, we can create it, because this is a custom object. This is not a standard object that comes from the employee central part. So for that we can use custom string 2, and then we will just mention work schedule, and then we will be using where you want to show this particular work schedule is like under the job information fields only. So when you go for details, we want to enable this one, and we want to make this as a mandatory S field, and default label would be work schedule only. And then the type of reference object is like the pick list. So the pick list means not only it should be restricted to one work schedule. There should be flexible work, because in our ERP systems we'll be having a multiple work schedules will be there or there. So flexible will be there, or some people they will work only 4 days, 4 into 10 hours if they work it. Okay, so 4 into 10 again 40 we would be arriving of it. Or otherwise some people they work in Canada or in US, some areas they'll work only 37.5 hours. So those things how we will be getting it is like, for this in the simultaneously we have to create a one particular pick list. So how we can go and create a pick list? I'll just go and create a pick list. We'll go to the pick list center. Pick list center, and then we will create one new pick list, which is called work schedule pick list. Okay, or I'll just use it work schedule. Okay, so the name is like work schedule list. Sorry, spelling. And the display order would be alphabetical or whatever it is I just wanted. For this, we don't have any parent pick list. So work schedule, save it. Now I'll add values over there. Okay. So here I just want to add the flex, whatever the external code that we use it in ERP system. So we will have flexible schedule active, and I want one more if it is there in that some system, some work schedules we call it like 37.5 work schedules means. So what we can say is like 5 days 5D, and the work hours would be 37.5, like that. We can also, this is the value that we would be mapping with our ERP system. And also here is like this work schedule, we'll call it like 5 days 37.5 hours. Okay. So like this we can create it. Okay. So now these are the values just I've created to. Someone have a question? Yes, all pick lists in instance. We can create for anything under personal information or whatever it is, we can go and create it. Okay. So this we have created. So versions. So when you go, we have 2 pick lists we have created. So and then we'll come over here. For flexible, we have 40 hours only. For the other work schedule, I'm just talking about it is 37.5, nothing more. Okay. And the reference object, type of reference object here is like, we will copy this object. This is the object. And we can choose this reference object, and also we can pull out from all. So if you go for work schedule, just logging out and just log in, so that we have to get that one particular field out. No, not like that. We will just refresh it. The warning we got it from when we save it, we got it. Here is masked is nothing but generally masked. Why we want to use masked here is like whenever you're using any SSN number, okay, for with respect to national ID information and all. During that national ID information, it should not be shown on the screen. When you go into that particular field only, it should show that particular SSN number and all. For national ID information related, we'll use the masked values. If you put S means it will mask with star 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 star, like that it will be get masked. Okay, any field if you take it. So this is the way where we can create it, done, and then we have used that one particular, and then we can save this now work schedule. Change it to no selection to custom. These are all not related to for our attributes. Let it be. It will get saved. So this is the way where we will be doing this particular value setup in our employee central part. Here we will go and do the configure people profile, how we can set up this particular, how we can able to see the payroll object, especially on our employee files part and all, how we can set up it. So for this, we will be just going for payroll configure people profile part. We want to go ahead and do it. So now what we can do is like, we will just go back to the system admin. If you go for employee files, okay, so yesterday we have seen the payroll object was here, but now today it was not there. Why? How we have to do it? Because if this was not there for our payroll system, because we have payroll information, payment information, and everything should be there on this particular part and all. Okay, so the payroll tab was not here. How we can activate this? We have to activate it through the configure people profile only. We have to activate it. So how we can go it or here configure people profile. So how I just show it to you how to activate this particular payroll part. We have to get it, but how to create these objects, these configure people profile objects, because how you would be seeing your employee files. So for this, how you would be able to seeing what is the structure that we are following over there on employee files. Okay, so how these things have been structured, as why these things have come into picture as like this. So all those things we have to do it through the configure people profile only. Okay, so whatever the object, whatever the custom objects that we have created, all these things we have to learn it from the employee central part. So now for us, how we can activate it, our payroll information that we want to show it onto the employee files means. So what we have to do it, that I'll be showing it to you. So see, here is like the personal information. When you go and see, the personal information is above over here. Okay, so this is the structure, how inside fields and all, how we have to create the structures and everything we have to create it. Once we create it, we have to put it in one particular place, which is called a people profile place. So how we can put it, all those fields and all, how all those fields we have created these particular portlets. The portlet management, how we will be doing it is like through the people profile only we will be doing of it. So we have created whatever the portlets, we have defined those portlets, and we have created the records for that. We have created the fields for that particular portlets and all through manage business configuration. We have done it. So once we have done that particular manage, once after doing of that thing, so we have to come over onto the configure people profile, and then we have to put it over here. Okay, so how we can put it, if you see, for example, if you change anything, okay, so I want to see biographical information above, personal information should come down. Okay, so personal information have come down and biographical information gone up. So if you just refresh it, the values would change, would reflect it accordingly. So we have to sign out and we have to do it. Once you log out and if you sign in back, the biographical information will come onto the top. Okay, so why? Because we have changed it in our configure people profile. So that is a separate concept called in Employee Central, where we will be discussing of it. Configure people profile activities, we will be doing it in one of the classes in Employee Central. Okay, so now here if you go for employee files, you may see biographical information would come onto the top. So yeah, sorry, we just changed it and we did not save it. Wait, we want to save this. It will get saved. Okay, again we'll log in. Okay, we will go to configure people profile. So now what we have to do is like we want to change it to top, and biographical should come over there, and save. If we click it, once it is saved, we will open another window. Okay. This is the things that we have to play with the configure a people profile. We can do it. Now it is being saved. Okay. So if you duplicate now, and if you go for employee files, see, biographical information has come into front. Okay, so yesterday we have seen one particular tab, payroll. So why it is not there now? So we have to activate and go to this particular part on the people profile, and we have to look whether that payroll object is being brought it over here or not. It is there, but it is not shown in this particular section. Is not being shown. Show this subsection on the profile. It means if you just give this particular one, and if you just activate it and if you save it, it will just go and visible onto the screen over there. So how we have to get this particular payroll information here is like, so how to do the configuration activities and all, we have to learn from the employee central part. Okay. So now if you just go over here, and after saving it, I'll just remove this. We're able to see the payroll part where we can see the pay statement and all. Okay, so this is the activation if it is not showing on. So now going inside, we will just go to admin center and onto the manage business configuration. That the payroll profile is this is a common object. Whenever the employee chooses for which country, that will be coming over there. So, and then what we have to do is like whatever the payroll that we have run from the system, the information will come over here and it will just sit over here. Okay. So if you go back onto the employee files, if you just click it, payroll information over here, if you go for pay statement, for this particular employee pay statement, it will be Ananya Singh for this particular employee. And this particular employee location is USA, so that we have run USA payroll part and now. So how we would be seeing of the payroll configuration here is like, how we have to do it is like, we have to go for configure object definitions. Each and every part we will be defining of it, pay statements. Okay, so how the pay statement looks, what exactly the customer related pay statement, what all the things that which field it is going to be, all these comes with the pay statements part only. We will do the configuration objects. So once we run these things in our payroll system, we will be seeing of, we'll come back and we will see on this particular part. So after this, what we will be just going here is like, we'll just set up payroll configuration part. Okay. So for this, we will just go to admin center. And if you go for payroll configuration, it will again with the manage data part. And then we will just go over here. We can create even this, whatever the objects, these are the objects, whatever you see it here to create these things. Again, we will be created these things in our managed business configuration, configure object definitions. See, if you see configure object definitions, we have created object definition which is called default objects. Okay, if you go and see default objects, that particular objects we have configured over here. So for this particular default objects, what all the visibly things we have to see it, and what are the fields are there. Okay, all the value, all the countries, fields, and all we have put it, and the whatever the portlet that we are seeing on our employee file payroll information area with respect to that particular country, the values would be available over there. Okay, by creating of this particular default portlets. So if you go and see the default portlets for these are the things are there. For example, okay, if you just go over here, default portlets, if you go and create it, so which country you want to create it. Okay, so it will ask for which country you want to go and create it. I want to create it for United States. It will ask, I just put it as, and then I have to save this. So now default portlet for a default portlet of payroll information is being created for USA. So after this, we will go and set up payroll system configuration. We want to go and see it for which country you want to do it. I want to do it for USA. If I want to give it, I just give it USA, so that it will be created with this. And here we will just give the information of our ERP system. Okay, so the ERP system, the configuration name, we are doing it for USA, and the country here is like the region and all. We want to create it for United States, and the payroll system, which system where we resides our system, that particular URL, and what is the client ID of our payroll system. So that we have to give it. And if you see here, these are the values, whatever you see it on our employee files part. Okay, this is the portlet that we have created over there. On the employee files, if you see, we have the values of payroll. Okay, pay statement, garnishments, headings and deductions, garnishments, others, tax, additional employers, year end is there. So that is what over here. This was designed over here. How do you create a new country that's not in the system by default? Payroll related or generally in Employee Central? In Employee Central, we will have that define and all, we would be having it. For payroll, here this is the part. In EC, we will explain that. Okay. So country creation is defaultly with the country, we will be getting it the country values with the Employee Central system. All the countries will come into the picture. Okay, if you want to create any object with respect to that particular country, we will go and do it with the managed business configuration part. Okay, so that is what we have to do. Defaultly, all the countries will be for which countries this particular system is going to be supported. All the countries will be available over here. Okay, so that countries part, we will be getting it through the Employee Central straightforward system with for how many countries it is going to be supported. Okay, so if once it is being supported, any object that you want to create it, or any portlet that you want to create it with respect to that particular company, we have to go for managed business configuration, and then you will be for each and every element. If you see, all these are the elements which you see on the employee files. So if you want to go and create a personal info, especially for whatever the country that you want to create it, so you want to go and create it with that particular country, you can create it. Okay, so personal info, if that particular country specific, that is called a country specific part, country specific fields that we want to use it. So that fields we will be going and creating in configure in managed business configuration with respect. See here, that is what the job information for for USA, we would be asking for some localized HRIS fields. For Argentina or for Brazil or Australia, Australia, we will be having, apart from the standard fields, we want the information for some localized HRIS fields also if we want it. So we will be creating by just creating here is like configure new country. If you just configure new country, it will be asked, and the country and region we will be getting like this. Okay, for which country you want to create a new portlet. If you want to create a new portlet for any country, so if you want to create for a Cocos Keeling Islands and all. Okay, so if you want to create it and which component for this, which job info you want to create it, you can create it, and you for what all the fields for that particular country you have to create it over here. Okay, so this is the way where we would be going and creating this particular fields. So we will be going and whatever the fields that we wanted for that particular specific country, we would be creating of it. So these things, most of the things, these configurations and all, we would generally see it in our Employee Central activities. So now I just showing whatever the payroll information that we want to see it. So that default portlets we have to create it through the configure object definitions through managed data. If you go for payroll configuration, that is called a payroll configuration setup. So in payroll configuration, for which country we are going to run it, and for that particular portlet we want to showcase on the payroll information. So for that reason, we have to go for payroll. Under payroll tab, we go for payroll configuration. It will open for payroll system configuration. So if you go and create it, payroll system configuration for any country, if you want to create it USA, so you have to take USA part, and then United States and the name, whatever the configuration name that you want to put it, and in the for USA, if you're putting it, and it will be the portlet labels and all. If you want it, you can add it separately also. You don't want to show these things on your payroll information. If you don't want to show it, you can create it on your own also. Or the system itself is giving some default portlet, which is called a default portlets part. Okay, so whatever the information that you want to show it onto your default portlets, you can just start creating of default portlets. And for which countries, choose the countries for which you want to create a default portlets in payroll configuration. So if you want to get a default portlet information, if you want to get it, so what all the things that you want to show on your payroll configuration, we have to do it. First, we have to set for default portlets, and after that, we can go and do the payroll system configuration activity. So now, first, I want to do it a payroll for example, if I want to do it for Germany, I just go to Germany, and after this, I'll be just saving of this. Once the default portlet is being created, after that, we will be just going and creating payroll system configuration. If you just create it, okay, and then if you go over here, if you go and choose it for Germany, Deutschland, whatever the default portlet that we have chosen for Germany, it will come over here. Okay, so this is the part. If you are running the payroll, for which country, if you are running the payroll, if you want to set up these activities, okay, so these portlets, if you want to see the portlets on your people profile, so those things we would be getting it through this particular payroll system configuration. Here, which system we have done the configuration, we will be just giving the URL and the client IDs, we would be giving it once it is being posted onto the cloud. Because whenever you're doing any hiring or anything, for which company you're doing it, if you choose that country, right, so obviously it will be popped up with that particular country part. Okay, so if, for example, if you go and search any employee, if we are started creating of what, okay, Germany, President Germany, I just want to So this is what the configuration part. So we have set up payroll configuration part. So use of default portlets, we have seen it. Payroll system configuration per country, we have seen now. So, and then that is what setting up how we can show it, that we have seen over there. So next parts will be unified one. I'll let you. And now here is like the final one. What we want to discuss today here is like, once we've done all this setup, whether this particular system is being set up perfectly or not, we want to check it. Okay, how we can check this? So because we have done some changes, we have done all these steps and all, we have refined our data models, we have done our MDF payment informations, we have refined our corporate data models, we have done some updated, some pick lists and all. So to check the employee central has been set perfectly for our payroll check or not. So for that, what we have to do is like, we will just go and check it for our payroll implementation part. Payroll unified, I'll let you, okay? Not to worry about it. We will discuss that. Okay. I just parking it for now, okay? Because for that, you would know some details and all. It is very easy part how to activate and all. I'll show it, okay? That's not to worry about it. So now what we want to see here is like, so we want to check whether all the configurations that whatever we have done with Employee Central is being done perfectly or not. So for this, what we have to do is like, we have to go for admin center. So there will be a payroll implementation check will be there. Yes, I'll give the system for practice and all. From next week onwards, I'll give it. Okay. So as of now, to practice on Employee Central, maybe you guys can check with ZaranTech team. They will be doing of it. Or otherwise, you just let me, maybe Ahmad, you just ping Hema, and Hema requires my support for the system and all, I'll give it to you, okay? So when you go for payroll implementation check, we'll go to this particular check, and we'll go to the check tool part, and we will be choosing for which the thing here is like the payroll information part. Now we have done it for this. And in this also, we have not done some other parts and all we haven't done. We have done only data model parts only we have done. So I want to run and I want to check these things. What are the errors I may get it, okay? So run 3 checks. If we done run on the check tool, what all the problems that we getting it for our implementation purpose, because we have only replication only, we have done it for data model only. Data models only we have done it. We have not done it for any data or SAML configurations part, because single sign-on configurations and all we haven't done it. Because later part, this is a final check. After once we done with our ERP part also, once we done it, we will come back to it. Now only with the first part we have done. So for that, we just want to check it. We have some errors. What are those errors? So with respect to address information is consistent and correct, but there are some issues we have found it. Okay. So what are those found it? The found here is like, for these particular countries, the maximum length of this particular countries, which is like home address, HRIS field address 1, we have to maintain only 40, but we have not changed max length of 256. So now we will just go and check whether for our country, for which country we have started configuration is like, we have started for USA. So let's see for USA part, we have any problems, we have it. Okay. So if we go over here, we don't see any USA parts and all, because almost all we have changed it and we have put it, all these are the values. You may be asking who has told you and all. This is this check implementation tool will tell when you are doing the payroll for across the system, across all the countries, for all the countries. If you want to do the setup, if you run payroll USA and ERP system, only the USA results would come to the system. But In Employee Central, you have to do the configuration checkup for all these data model, for all these values. You have to go and change it with respect to United Arab Emirates. Go to the home address field, address field. So here is like on our ERP mapping fields. If you go, the first thing here is like some of the address fields are there. Okay, so maybe from this particular Employee Central system only it is giving it, because we haven't connected it, right? For that reason only I'm not talking about any data flow or between all these things and all. I've not done it. Okay, I'm only checking for this data models only. We have changed it now, isn't it? So in Employee Central system only we have changed it. I'm just checking off it, that's all. For our implementation purpose, whether we have done correct or not with respect to the USA or not, I'm just checking.
Alright, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. Which of the following functionalities is not a part of SAP SuccessFactors LMS? Option A, performance appraisals. Option B, course management. Option C, learning catalog. And option D, content management. Now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, do type your correct answer in the below comment section. Hey there fellow learners, want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
In the payroll configuration only, we will see about the formulas, what about the waste type processings, how we will be doing that, any overtime compensation calculations and all we'll be seeing in payroll configuration. So that for that reason only, because when it would be like a P2P means only we will be taking couple of systems which are like Employee Central system and ECP system, and do the migration and master data mapping and all. We'll be doing it and will be keep silent. Okay, that's all. The data will flow between these two systems. It is quite comfortable. But what additionally I have added here is like I just want to give a good support in terms of both the systems. So for which, because Employee Central's setup and all we have discussed it so far. Okay, Employee Central configuration is like it is very huge again, so that would take much time and all. Instead of that, I could cover the ECP side. If I cover it, it would be an added advantage for you all guys, right? Because you can learn with the videos or whatever it is, but this could not be learned with any of the videos, especially when you get it from outside market also. Because when you want to learn from Employee Central configuration and all, somehow the majority of Employee Central configuration is all about how to configure the MDF objects, how to do the rules and all. Any of the rules, how to write the business rules and all, we'll be covering of it in our classes. The same replications over there, if you can learn with some source. Okay, but when it comes to payroll configuration and config master data, it would be little difficult to get it these parts and all. So otherwise, if you guys are well versed, because when we will be discussing this P2P approach is like the people who is having a good knowledge on SAP HCM payroll and as well as Employee Central configuration, for those people it would be an added advantage to do the P2P integration procedure. But when it comes to the people who are having a experience on Employee Central only, for them, I just want to give a good advantage approach here is like, if I will give the configuration approach, if give the training on the payroll configuration, obviously you guys will get into a control over the complete P2P systems and all. Okay, for that reason only, I just want to give a picture. So today we have a few things that we have to do it on EC setup part. So I'm just starting the part. So let it the others will join subsequently. Okay, so now we will be going for the EC setup, and we have gone with some 16 points, and we want to do it a few more points that we have to till payroll implementation check. We have gone, and after that we want to go for setup permissions for admins and users. So in this, what exactly it will be happen? Again, we will be going back to our role-based permissions only, because that is the main heart for Employee Central when you want to. Why we want role-based permissions? Because Employee Central, obviously the role-based permissions, what it will do is like it will allow us to grant different levels of read, write, or write access depending on the role of the employee. Okay. For example, when it comes to Employee Central, an employee is allowed to read their own pay statement. Okay, pay statement information, which we would able to see on our employee files. But this, for that, we have to give some permissions. Then only the payroll tab, it will be visible on the employee files, and then they can able to go and see the pay statement, all those things. So for that reason, the permissions obviously is required. You all know the permission categories are divided into user permissions and admin permissions in our RBP's part. So for this Employee Central payroll system, from the Employee Central side, we have to give permissions for administrators first and then employees later. So what are all the permissions that are required for our payroll part? Firstly, we will be seeing those things. So first thing what we have to do is like, we are just going to our system. So this is a system which we want to go ahead. So for this, we will go to admin center, obviously. And this is the part. If you have any questions, you just mark it and we can discuss at the end. Okay. So now here, obviously to manage the permissions and all, this is the part where we will be seeing, because you guys have good knowledge on Employee Central system. So obviously you would be learning of RBPs. As I said, like RBPs is like basing on the RBPs only. Whenever employee logins, the system will react or act according to their RBP permissions only. Okay, so for that, when managers logins, it looks in a different way with respect to the RBP's permissions. Whenever admin logins, it will be visible. This is the admin system where we would be having a control on all the activities, whatever the activities that we want to do it for this particular system. Okay, so for Employee Central payroll side, so for that we have to give some permissions, in which we would mainly want it for permissions is like payroll administration permission. We want it because to check all the payroll details and all the payroll information block for people profile. Yesterday we have seen in our employee files, we have seen the payroll information block and payment information details and payroll related job information fields and all. For those things, we would require permissions as a payroll administrator. So to have a control on those things, we should have a payroll administrator's access. We should require it. For that reason, we have to go for manage permission roles. And then here the admin would be is like, for us, we will be taking ahead of system admin, we can have it, or we will be creating a HR role or HR admin or payroll administrator also. We can go and create it payroll administrator also. Okay, so now here I just going for the default admin role, which is like a system admin role. So for this system admin role, we have to go and we have to go to the payroll administration. The payroll administration permission will grant the admin access to the payroll UI links and all, whatever we have seen on our employee files and all. Okay, let me open the other video also. So to get the permissions of the employee files or whatever it is on this particular payroll tab and all, we should require first permissions and all. So for those permissions, we want to give the permissions because of this particular system has the permissions, so that it able to see it. For example, if any other guy who does not have a payroll permissions, he could not able to see that payroll on our employee files part. So for that reason, I just want to give whatever the payroll administrators, why the payroll administrators requires to see this kind of payroll custom links and admin services for maintain employees data required by the payroll part. So for that, we want to go for permissions. In this, we will be having payroll permissions. Okay, so we will be selecting all for system admin, because payroll administration activities they have to play, payroll self-service, even that admin is an admin also sometimes he is an employee. So if he wants to do it on his own payroll sheet, if he wants to see is the pay statement or whatever it is, the payroll self-service he should require. So for that, these are the things that we have to go and give access for all the things. After that, if you want to see the payroll information, we have to go for employee views. In this employee views, we have to go and click payroll information tab, where we want to see is like this is the payroll tab where we want to see it. We will just go and click it payroll part, so that he will able to see that payroll information part. So once after this, we want to give it, if we want to give it the other views, if we want to give it the payment information details, we will go to the employee data. So this is the under the user permissions only, employee data, and then we will be going for payment information, payroll information. So if you go for tabs like this, all these pay components, we have to give access to see. And then here all the parts, everything is there. So we just want to check it. After that, we can go any payroll related, we can give the access for the payroll ones, payment parts also. Okay, so this is the one under the employee data. We have to go and give the payment related ones. We have to give it payroll all information fields. Even we can give it, and also in the employee central effective dated part also. Here also, whatever job information in this job information will be having payroll related job information fields will be there. So those things also we have to give it. So in the, under the job information, if you go like this, we will be getting job information part. Under this, whatever payroll related fields and all, pay scale, all these things we have to give access so that it will be visible for all the people. Okay, so this way we can give it. Okay, and also the compensation information. So what all the compensation, pay related compensation information, entire fields we have to give it. So once after this, we all these things, all the views on the correct, we can give it for the administrators. Okay, so we can give it all the information details, and then we can say done, and we can go back. We can grant this role to. So once we come down over here, so we can give. So here, obviously, EC super admins, payroll admins. So if you want, we can just bring payroll admins. We can select the payroll admins also, so that all the payroll admin people who are payroll admins are there. So all those payroll admins, we can get it all onto the onto this particular under this particular permission group. Okay, so this is what we have to give it for the grant this role to all to view all these things. We can give it all. So once after done with this part, we have to set up employee central role-based permissions for employees also. We have to give it. So now we have done it for save changes. Always keep remind save changes. If you haven't do save changes, it will not get affected. Okay, so after that, we will go to employee self-service. Now we have given access to the payroll admins, and now we want to go for employees to see their payroll self-service portal. So employee self-service, if you here. So once we go over here, we will be going for payroll because this all the permissions, whatever payroll self-service or payroll information page, all those things we have to give it for these people also, employees. Once you go over here, we will be going for payroll permissions. Payroll permissions, payroll self-service is there. We should not give payroll administration or payroll system information there. If we give it, they will also become payroll administrators. So for that reason, only payroll self-service only we have to give it. After that, we will be going for employee views. In this employee views, we want to go and give it the payroll part, only this payroll part and the pay statement if they want to see it. The pay statement thing we want to give it for all employees, pay statement they want to see it. So the payroll and the pay statement, they can see it. So for that reason, we want to give the payroll information details, and also we want to give it on the employee views. We want to give it any other even compensation information if they want it to show. We can give the compensation information. So generally for employee self-service people, we will be giving compensation parts. So once after this, we will go to employee data, and then we want to give the status to see their employee status for pay data parts and all. So once we give this, we want to go and give it this group, employee self-service group. Yeah, individual employee only. The employee service group contains all the employees of this particular organization. So we can give status. We will give the status, whatever the status, if any changes is done, employee profile, view access, we can give it. So after this, we can go and give to see their current or history details. We have to go because pay data such as gross pay, taxes, and net pay, they want to display it on the pay statement part, and also they want to. We have to go and give the integration permissions also. We have to give it. So for this, we will go to payroll integration permissions. Here in this payroll integration permissions, we will be seeing employee payroll run results. We will be seeing of it. So for them, they want to see view current and view history. They have to see it. So once after giving of this one also, we have to give not other things and all. We should give it only payroll run results only. We have to give it post run only the details. They want to view current and view history only to see their gross pay, taxes, and net pay of history, current and history parts. They can see it. Okay, and after that we can go for manage integration tools, and we can allow admin to access things and all. If we want to give it for admins, we have to give it. Okay, so now for this particular employees, this is what we can go and give it, and this is what we can save changes. And the other one which I've missed out here is like for the admins and all, we have to give integration tools access. We have to give it. So for that, again, we go to the system admin. Already it is there, but I just want to showing it for you. Because these are all, if any fresh system is there, we have to keep eye on these permissions and all. Okay. So for that reason, I just let you know. So company ID will be changed. Okay. This is the company ID. This is only limited for one company. So now here for the admin people, we have to go and give. We can give access for OData P because OData API, how to activate APIs and all, I'll be discussing today, because we have to set up API to transfer the data between for these both systems. For this reason, we should also get the access to OData API part and all to download through basic authentication part also we have to get it. So for that, we want this manage OData API basic authentication access. We have to get it because for this particular admin role, every role is been there. Okay, for that reason, we can go and see API, how the data will flow for those things we want to check it out. So now here is like manage integration. After that, we will be going for metadata framework for the admin access. We want to give it because the data we will be metadata framework where we will be should have access, because we would be able to access object definitions and all, manage data and all. Why? Because in managed data only we went and we did some activities which are related to ECP and refining of our succession data model, corporate data models, or all MDF objects and all. We have did it. So for those reasons, we should require these permissions and all for the admins also. If in further case, if we want to change anything with respect to any of the data, which respect to the payroll information details or whatever it is, we should require managed data part. Okay. If any portlets, last time we have discussed, if we have changed the portlet, if we are doing it, any portlet changes with respect to US or with respect to any other countries like. So in last week we have discussed that. Okay. So for those changes, we should require managed data part. Okay. So the questions I'll answer on the later part. Okay. So now we will be following. This is what the permissions part we have given it for both admin and employees. We have given it for here. So later, what we will do, some enhance things also. If we want to give it, we want to enable administrator all international and country specific job information fields and all payroll specific compensation information fields. All the things we have given it now. All employee self-service role, we have to enable all self-service access to the pay statement, or even the history. They can go and see the payroll run history detail, view history and view current and view history details also. We have given access for the employees. Okay, so yes, application programming interface. Yes, from API to some other system to integrate both the systems. Yeah, the list and all, because whenever you are coming with the payroll administration activities, we will be getting one configuration files. We'll be getting whenever you start the project and all. Okay, so obviously you'll get the list of those files and all. If anything is missing, you have to refer back to the training, whatever you are getting. Okay, that's all. So obviously you'll get the list where what all the things that you have to activate it, what all the things that you have to do it and all. You'll be getting of it. Okay, so most of the time you will be getting with the configuration files. If until in that configuration files, what will be there? The succession data model XML file will be there. Corporate data model XML file will be there. So if you get the list, maybe in the workbook you will not be having, but in the configuration files only you'll be getting. Okay. For that reason only, if you guys don't know, for that reason only, I've given the document which was loaded onto the materials part. Okay. Okay. And these permissions. So these are the some permissions. One simple example here is like whenever you want to give permissions on the RBP's part. So you know only the payroll part. Okay. You know the word payroll. What you have to do is like you just log in and you create it as a admin and go to the admin permissions page, and then you just search for payroll activities, both user permissions and admin permissions. You can get complete access for it. Okay, so if you go over here, permissions under user permissions, if you go and search payroll, for example, you don't know anything. The permissions, the config files are not given to you. So what you have to do it is the payroll part. If you go and hit the payroll permissions, you'll be getting. And the other things is like, if obviously being a employee central expert, obviously to see the details of job information, to see the details of compensation information and all, obviously we have to go with employee views, employee data, employee central effective dated. Effective dated is nothing but to see the history of that particular employee record and all. So if you know all these things, obviously you would be going over here and the other one would be is like search for payroll and look for payroll under user permissions, under administrator permissions. If you have any payroll activities is there. So otherwise, whatever I have told, these are the important ones that you have to refer back. Okay. So if you didn't get a config files with all the details, or what about the permissions and all, if you didn't get it. Okay. If you get it, that well and good. With that help, you can go for these areas and you can do it. Manager's role would be is like only they can able to see the payroll information. That's all. Because here is like the manager would not do any activities with respect to the payroll. Payroll manager is different. Normal manager is different. Payroll manager, which will have the same payroll administrator access. If you go over here, you can just search view user permissions. You can search if you know any employee, for example, SF admin. Okay, I give username and search. You'll get all the details. View permissions, because he was member of all these things. If you go for user view permissions, you could able to see all the permissions over here. Okay, if you search payroll over here, all payroll related things he's having it. Okay, payroll integration permissions is having it. Employee payroll run results is having it. All these things, whatever we have assigned so far. Okay. What you have to do is like you have to come to admin center, and if you come to set user permissions, you'll be having view user permission. Okay, so what all permissions that my user is having, if you want search for it. See, for example, if I want to search for Tessa Walker, okay, some employee, another employee. So if you want to go and just check it, view permissions, what all permissions does she's having. Okay, so she is a HR admin. Okay, so she's having employee self-service, HR admin for employees, HR admin for contract workforce. So if any payroll is there or not, so we just search it. Yeah, she's having some only payroll end date, only these things. Payroll administration, she is having administration activities, and payroll self is there, and payroll control center she is having it. So employee payroll results, all these whatever we have given for this, we can search like this. We have to go for user wise. We can go ahead. So under which user this user in that particular group. Okay. So if it is in that particular group, if she is there in that particular group, they can go ahead. Or otherwise, what we have to do is like we can go for user role search. Okay. So here we can go target users. Again, we can go Tessa Walker. All these are RBP's part. Okay. So we have to learn these things in the RBP.
Hey there, fellow learners. Want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
So this way where we can search all we have given. So here is there, and she belongs to HR admin for employees. You just click it. So all these things are there for her. All access part is there. And if you want to remove her from any of these particular groups, you just go and remove it from the particular groups. And these are the roles that we would knowing about her. So we can go to the roles part, HR admin role. So what we can do is like, otherwise we will remove from that particular group also, we can remove it. We can go back to permission groups and we can remove her from the groups also. Okay. So HR group will be there. So in that HR part, where we can go ahead and remove it, HR BPs, main HR1 should be there. This is what we have done. This is a role we have defined it. Employee service, employee self-service role she is having it. From that particular group, we have to go and remove her. See, with the employees, we will be having with employment details 0 or 1. 0 is for the regular employees, and 1 would be is like a contingent part. And with the 0, they have chosen this part. If you remove this, if you delete this, if you update the list, all will go on. Only one employee will be there. Okay, who is that employee? Is like, if you see Ritesh Pani, he is like a some employee, and if you want to, again, if you want to add it under the employment details, here you have to 0. Those who are having employment details of 0, those will come over here. If you update it, it will get update. Employees again 1309 we have got it. Okay, so this way, but what we have to do is like we have to remove from that particular group. So she is also having 0. 0 means regular employees. 1 means contingent.
Okay.
So we have to do it from that particular group part only with one particular employee, or otherwise, whenever we want to add any new payroll administrators, we can go and create a new payroll administrator group. Also, we can create it. So like this, we can create one particular group is like payroll administrators group, and then we can choose that particular employee with the username. Also, we can choose it. Okay. If you choose Tessa Walker, okay, and then I want to give it another employee. If I want to give another user wise SF admin, I want to give it Ananya Singh. I'll be typing it. No. Else we have it here as like choose group members either with this particular category, or if you want to exclude anyone, we can exclude all. Even in that we have included 0 and excluded 1 in that employees group and all. If you see here, so in this employee group, if you see, this is 1 is been excluded because who is having a employment details of 1 will not be allowed into this particular group. Only the 0 people will be allowed over here. Okay. So if you want to delete any person, we can we can go and delete this particular person. We can go and delete it like this. We can do it also. Okay. So in this way, whenever you are adding payroll administrator as a group name, for this particular administrator, if you want to remove it from that particular group, you can remove it. If you want to add it, you just go and add it like this. If you want to add here Tessa Walker, if you want to add it for that particular group, whatever the group that we want to add it, so you can do it of that particular. So I've removed one user and I've added Tessa Walker. The same way, whatever the payroll payroll administrator that we are going to create it, which is one created. Payroll admin we have for this particular, and payroll admins we have 41 are there. In this, if you want to see this take action, yeah, obviously, if you want to remove the administration access, we have to go and do it. Okay, so because you want him to join under the payroll admin group, and if you want to remove it, you have to remove it. That's all. Okay, and if I want to add it anyone here, so add another category, or I can go and add here on this. I just want to add another, which is Tessa Walker under the payroll admin. I can add it like this, and if I want to delete it, I just come over here and I delete it. And this particular group we have assigned under the role. What role is like under system admin role or payroll admin role? We have pulled that role into the under that role we will pull all these payroll admins all. Okay. So now this is what we can give it, and this is the way where we can delete it. Okay. So after this, what we have to do is like, obviously first, maybe in RBPs also, if you know, first we have to create the groups. After that, we will be giving the roles to that particular group. To see how we can remove the users and all, we have to go for view user permissions, and we can just check under which role they belongs to, under which group they belongs to. So, and from there we can go and remove it. From that particular group, if we remove it, they'll get removed. Okay, so this is what we have to do it on the RPP's part, and these are the permissions that we have to give it all the payroll permissions with respect to admins and the employees part. Okay, next thing is like the next step. This is what the payroll permission with all covering of all these things we have done so far. Okay, and then after that we will be going for earliest retro check for payroll part if we want to do it, because the things and all, whatever we want to do it whenever we are doing any retroactive calculations or whatever it is, we have to set one particular date. With post that date, the calculations will not be considered to the payroll parts or whatever it is. So for that reason, we have to put one retro change effective date for the compensation part. We have to set for it. So for that reason, we have to set up, because when we want to we have to make sure this is like effective date of changes is not before this earliest retroactive change date we have to give. Before setting of this, anyhow, when we set this also, once after, see for example, we have set that the data is like on payroll 25th 25th we are running the payroll. Okay, so for this particular month. So post 25th onwards, the data should not be allowed into the payroll system. Okay, so whatever the changes it is happen, let it be happen after the payroll triggered, after the payroll results triggered only we have to do that. Effective date of whatever the compensation details or compensation information is before earliest change date only we have to configure it, because when we want to show that any changes, effective date of changes is not before the retroactive earliest retroactive change date should be. It should not be after this one. Before that only, whatever the changes we have done, we have to complete it by 24th midnight itself. On 25th, the things will be stopped. So how to configure that earliest retro thing, that what we have to, how we have to earliest retro check, how we can set up in our payroll system is like we have to set up like this. Okay, so because first what we have to do is like earliest retroactive date validation. For this we have to go for first permission setup is there or not. First thing we will be earliest change date we have to assign it for the pay group of our US, because we are running the payroll for US, right? So after that we will be we will be having a rule. We will create one validation rule for deduction. We want to give a message. So this is this change is happening post retroactive check date. So this will not be updated in the payroll system and all. So that kind of some message, whatever the message that we want to give it, that we will be creating. The first part here is like the permissions part. Obviously, we will go to the set permissions, manage permissions roles. Obviously, we have already given. So I just want to show it if it is not there. So already, because under the manage data only, we will just go and change it. For this part, we want to give it, and here we will be having admin, system admin for the system admin. So under the permission part, we will be just going over there, and we will be just checking on the manage user part. We can go and search it, manage user part. We have to just give access, allow retroactive employee data changes part. We have to give it on the manage user part. Okay. So all permissions are there. So here we will be, because to create this particular one, allow retroactive employee data changes any time if you want to change the date, because this month we run 25th. Next month if we want to run it 27th or 28th, until 28th we can accept the data from the system. Okay, so for that reason we should have this access and all for this part. So for that reason we should keep allow retroactive changes. We want to get it. So which is the button, allow retroactive employee data changes, we have to keep it. Okay, after that the save changes we will be happening, and then after that we will be going to next part. Here is like we will go to manage data. There we will be going for the pay group. In that pay group, for that particular pay group, we can search for USA. What is there? USA. These are the payroll types. Bi-weekly we can run, monthly we can run, or semi-monthly we can run, weekly we can run. If we want to for bi-weekly, so 15 days payroll. So where we will just go to make correction, and we can change the date over here. Earliest change date would be is like if you want to run the payroll on 15th, we would be telling that I want to close it by 11. Okay, so the data will not be get updated post 11th. So that is what we can set up, and also at the same time we want to run. We want to do some message things and all message. We want to create one message kind of things. So for that we have to set up a rule part and all. For that we will be just creating one message definition record. That is what, if you want to run payroll bi-weekly means every 15 days you want to run the payroll. So when you are running, so the data keeps on, data get changing into the ECP system, it will give a wrong results to us. Okay, so some data, the compensation data or some address change data or base type change data or any timesheet change data, whatever it is, we have to set some data part over there. What is this? When we are doing payroll calculation and some data and calculation from previous month, that accounting will call retroactive calculation. Yeah, that is what the things follow. So now I've just set the data. After that, I want to create one message definition here. So now we want to set up one rule when they are giving it anything. I just want to give message definition creation. I want to create it. Here is like the test data would be is like, so earliest change date or later date or whatever it is. So that text I want to give it is like whatever we have earliest. A message, because this we will input in our rule and all. For that reason, we have to create one message definition. Okay, so earliest change date or later date or whatever it is. So here is like what we can say here is like some part here is like what we can give here is like so. Similar in the sense any message definition is there we have. Here we can write it earliest. Yeah, I'm just giving some code before that. Right? So change earliest date. This is like data type is like we want to give it a string or a text kind of thing we can give it because that statement need to be there, right? And for the date type also we can which date part we want to give it, right? So which date it should come and all. So for that the data type would be the date we can have it and we can give the date also. The same column we can have it. I just copy the same thing. Just change date. Just change date. Just change date, and I want to keep it active. Okay. So this is list change date, but for payroll or whatever it is, you can write it like to know about it. Okay. So once after this, I can save this and just put it active. Save this definition. So now this is what the thing has been there. So now we will go to configure business rules. So all these things and all you would have learned in Employee Central system. Okay. The rule name here is like the same thing, earliest change date. Check earliest change date. The rule ID is like we can keep CC underscore. The start date would be the same thing, and the base object would be like reduction. The rule is like to get the message. That's all. Whenever you're giving input post that date, you have to get that message and any deductions or anything that you want to do it on that post that date. That is what the message definition itself, where we have to take it is right. So in that way, yes, red error over there. Here it will gives a pop-up over there. Whatever the date we have set it as, like on or 11th or before. Post that it should not come. Okay. So for that, okay, and then the date, whatever the date that we have decided, so that date we will be giving it, which is on or before only. We should not keep equal to or before or whatever it is. We'll keep it on or before. But because on that day also we should have some feasibilities. For that reason, we want to put it. Okay. So here is like whenever the user is there. So for that user, and it comes a message, the user his employment details. Under the pay group, we have chosen from the pay group only, right? The pay group we have given data. Date we have given on the pay group part. Okay?
Hey there, fellow learners. Want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
Okay? That is our object. Okay? And this is what we can do it. And then after that, we can, if this start date is on or before this particular alias change date, because the change date we have given it on that particular date. Okay, after that, so then it should give some statement which is like raise message. The message here is like the message also we have given a definition over here, so which is our error change date. Okay, and the severity, if you want to put it, which is like obviously we will put it warning or error or whatever it is. If you want to put it, you can put it. If you want to put it warning, you can put it as a warning. Okay, so and we can choose the same object for the payroll one only, user, and then employment details. The same thing we have to get it. We have to choose the pay group. So employment details we have chosen. For that, compensation information. Under compensation information, we have a pay group, earliest change date. Okay. So anything we can, this is what we can set up is like, and then we can save this. Okay, so this is the rule that we have generated. Whenever the message is like with warning, the severity is like warning, it has to tell this particular, the message we haven't given properly, but the message here is like this is before the earliest change date. So please, it will not have any control over that. Or if you want to give the severity of error also, you can just go for the same rule and you can just change in the place of warning, you can go and give it as a error. Okay, it all depends on the message, how we want to define it and the way, because obviously the effective start date, it should not earlier than the change date, whatever the earliest change date, whatever we have given it, may cause a warning. It may give a warnings during the data replication time. Okay, so to the payroll system. For that reason only, we want to set up these kind of messages in Employee Central system with this particular object part. Okay, so this is what we can save this. I've just saved it. So this is the way the rules, also the business rules. Maybe you would have learned something in your Employee Central, where for all, irrespective of any object you take it, you will be set up in most business rules. You'll set up in for the job information areas. Now we have given it for the message part. I have created one rule. So for the object creations, that object need to be worked during that particular job information time. You will be set up in the business rules. So the main important concepts in Employee Central that you guys have to learn. If you didn't learn also now, you just go back to the videos or whatever it is. You can learn how to configure objects, how to configure business rules, and how to what are the MDF objects, how we can create a new MDF object. These are the three main concepts that you have to learn in Employee Central. Okay. Anyhow, if there are some more rules that we have to create it further also, I'll be giving of it to you. But this is like a simple message rule that we can go ahead and we can create it whenever the data is passing, whenever we are doing the data replication time. So if any employee wants to change the data and that data need to be pushed to the payroll system post this particular change date, it will not be accepted and it will give a warning there. So what warning? The effective start date is earlier than the earliest change date. So it may it will not be passed to the payroll system. That is what the message that we can write it. The message, then the raised message would be like this. Okay, so this is what the simple activities that we have to do it. If you learn Employee Central, that is the beauty, because you will get a better understanding whenever you are doing these activities, especially in Employee Central part. If you know these concepts, especially there are the three major concepts. One is like how to create the object definitions, and how to create the records from the managed data, and how to do the business rules, how to create the business rules. If you learn these three important things, we can. So, but anyhow, for your better understanding, I'll be teaching employee time off and employee time off and timesheet with the configuration. I'll be teaching it. Just bear 2 to 3 classes extra that I'll take it. That's all. Okay. So most probably I'll be starting tomorrow. I'll start that with the time off part only, because there are multiple things we want to do it in employee payroll system with respect to the timesheet and time off. So for that reason, because when I observe the attendees who are attending those sessions and all, they are not completely aware of Employee Central system. For that reason, I just want to give it. I thought to go ahead and give it how we can integrate our time off system, integration, how to give time off and timesheet and all. But for our better understanding, only the 3 classes will be tomorrow, and next weekend I'll completely cover employee time off and the timesheet. I'll cover it, and we can go back to the ECP setup. Okay, because why I want to do it is like I said, right? Even in the Employee Central setup itself, few people does not having a much knowledge on Employee Central setups and all. So for them, even these are the 2 main important things for the payroll. For that, I want to teach Employee Central time off and timesheet configuration also. Okay. So now this is what the message we want to raise it. So for the earliest change date or earliest retro check for the payroll part. Now we will be doing some web services activities, how to set up API things and all. So for this, we want to give first permissions and all we have to set up in the provisioning tool and all. So for that, I just logging into the provisioning tool. So the next one, what I'm discussing here is like, okay, so this part only there are 3 points are there, so which we will cover today, and then tomorrow onwards we will start with employee central time off. I'll explain clearly how to create the holiday calendars and everything. Okay, so because I just want to tell you, because if you guys don't know, if anyone knows also, just it would be a recap for you, or it would be a revision kind of for you guys and all. If the people don't know, they can learn it. That is what the clear picture I have made here. That is what I'm telling. Extra 3 classes I'll be putting out. That's it. For few people, they don't know it. For that reason, I just want to give it. Otherwise, I could directly go and do how to integrate how we can do the data replication for employee time off and timesheet objects. I would have explained that. But why I want to go it here is like, this is also a good thing to learn with respect to employee time off and timesheet. Only these also integration parts, I'll be giving an integration scope with respect to the P2P, how we can do it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now I just coming back to set up API. So for this, we have to go for giving up API permissions. First, we have to give it, because this is API is nothing but whenever we want to do it, the data flows and all how, because once we enable web service features, for allowing employee central payroll to retrieve any employee data through web services call only, it will happen. Okay, so for that reason, we just set up things from the employee central side. We have to do it. For this, we have to go to the provisioning system. I just want to I'll stop the screen, and then once I log in into, I'll give access to it. Okay. Just sharing it. So once we log in into the provisioning system, we have to go and search for this API part. It's already been there, but I just want to show it to you. So API, if you search it, because we have to give SOAP API, enable employee central SOAP API, we have to give the access for this particular one. Okay, employee central SOAP API and SF API part, all these 2 things, SF web services, because these are the web services part. Okay, so for these things we have to give it access, and then we can save it. While saving it, it will ask for which company ID you want to do it. Our company ID would be, this is the one, our company ID. This is disable OData ID. This particular part, and you have already been there. I just save it and just activating it. So this way we can activate it. The actual what scenarios here is like, whenever you have been allocated for any employee central payroll projects, or for example, okay, so you will be getting one kit. Obviously, you'll be getting one kit and also access to the provisioning system. Okay, so with that, we have to follow all these, whatever we are discussing, we have to do it. Yeah, provisioning system as well. Because those are the supporting APIs for our SuccessFactors and our ECP systems. That is the for our data flow. As I said right earlier, why we want to do it and all this, right? So because that is the application programming interface where that it will be retrieve the data and it will send the data will flow between these 2 systems. Why we want to do it? Only SOAP API and SF API will support to the SF systems. Even the provisioning is meant for multiple clients, multiple company systems and all. Okay, if you are working for 2 companies, you'll be accessing the provisioning system will get access with multiple lines, and with this, with the help of A to Z, whatever the company you belongs to with that particular company page, you can go. So after this, we can assign it. After that, once we done it, we have to get the permissions. We have to give the permissions also in our employee central system. Here we will be creating one particular user, which is called only you will do the activities of API part. Okay, for that we will just create one particular role. We can create it, which is like API role that we can create it. Yeah, the same that whatever the SOAP API, which is like a compound API. So now we will just create API user. By just creating one role, which is like who should have access only for the API activities, like this. Or otherwise, we can have for system admin itself. We can have it. Okay. So obviously, for system admin, who is a super admin, he will have all the controls with the API part also. In the last topics when we are doing it, we have seen all OData API, everything is been given access. For especially if you want to create any separate user like API users, if you want to give it, we can just create one role, API users role, and after that we can create one group and then we can give it over there. Okay. What is this? Installments also. What monthly and all? No, because once we set it for that particular time, it will be obviously, it will stay for that part. Okay. So there is no limit, there is no deadline, or there is no start date or end date. Okay. So now the permissions part, where we will go for permissions. Yeah, for integration, because we will be opening API user page and all. Okay, so user login with that username and password we have to. For that user login, we should require this permission. Okay, after that we will be going for Employee Central API part. I'll have Employee Central API. Yes, to connect, to retrieve the data, and to send the data, to retrieve the data. General, you will be getting OData API page only. You will be getting. So here, what you will do is like all these things, all these activities we will be doing now. OData API audit log for with respect to the payroll part, you can see it on here. Metadata refresh things and all, we can see it. Okay, if you go for see, this is what audit log, OData API audit log, and because what happened here is like, so if you want the metadata management, because that is what I'm telling. If you there is a one particular topic is like import pay calendar details. So for pay calendar, we have to download it that from the ECP system, and we have to load it from this particular. We have to export to this particular system. So for that, we have to do whatever the data details and all. So all those things we would be doing it with the OData part and all. Okay. So for that, just giving a permissions access. Now only just think that we are just getting all the permissions to our system part. Okay. So that is what we did it now. Yeah, the one click is the API part is one shot one only. For the payroll also, we have to ensure whether we have access for this or not. That I'm just doing it. That's all. So one shot, if you give it API access, it will be applicable for recruitment, onboarding. It will be applicable for PMGM. All those things it will be applicable. For me, it will be, there will be one document is like API permissions management document. One thing will be there. I'll search for that and I'll provide you. So now this is what we have done it. After that, so now setup permissions part, everything is done. So later we will just create API user and we have given permissions. After that, we just want to do some payroll events. Payroll events is nothing but the event reasons, whatever we do, actions like new hire actions. So those actions, if for those payroll events, we have to create it because payroll event in Employee Central that will be integrated and mapped to the Employee Central payroll actions part. For that reason, we have to create payroll events, and we will be telling and we will be giving payroll action details in this payroll event center. So we have to give that particular action, whatever the action that we want to take. So for that reason, we have to create the payroll events, and that payroll events we have to give the Employee Central payroll action data. Okay. So for that reason, I just want to go and create a payroll event. So for this payroll event, where we will be creating the payroll events, obviously we'll do it in the Employee Central system. The payroll event reasons. The payroll event is nothing but for us in Employee Central, it is like the event reasons. Because if you want to show it, the differentiation, the event reasons are the actions in Employee Central system, Employee Central payroll system. Okay. Now what we have to do to create the event reasons and all, we have to go manage organization pay and job structures. We can choose event reason. And then we can just choose any event reason, which is like new hire or whatever it is. Already is there. Some new hires will be there. So new hire. So here there will be a payroll event will be there. So here the payroll event, which is PY01 or PY02, which is related to that event, whatever the action that we run in our Employee Central payroll system, that details we have to give it out. So which means this hire generally it will works for a normal hire of Employee Central system, and this also will be applicable, and this particular event will also applicable for our ECP partner. Okay, so that is what we have to give it. Or if you want to create any new specific new hire also, if you create it, so for that new hire also you see, if you want to create any new hire, other new hires or any other with respect to payroll also, you can give it, or the general new hire object also, in that object also, where we can in that event also we can go and give the payroll event which is related to our action, ECP Employee Central action part. Okay, actions are in Employee Central payroll, we call all these new hire or termination or compensation change, all those things we call it like actions over there. Okay, in Employee Central system we call it like a event reasons. Okay, so this is what we can do it, and we can save. So this is okay. That's not a problem for us. We can save this. And this is what we can choose it, and this is where we can set up payroll events part. And yeah, in the payroll, the action we will be calling it as like a PY01 or new hire. Even what I am telling here is like need not to put a PY01 only. There you can rename it. There you can have a any name that you have designed it for hire event, hire action over there. Okay, so that naming you can bring it over here and you can put it out. There is a new hire event for Employee Central Activity Center, but the same new hire event should trigger for my new hire event in my ECP also. For that reason only we are just assigning it. No, we have to connect it, because otherwise it doesn't know, right? So for which hire event
exactly, that's right.
Yeah,
that's my question.
We should, yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't know about that.
Hey there fellow learners, want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.
That we want to discuss is like employee central, time off, and timesheet. Whatever the time off consists of, both time and attendance. Because when it refers, we all know attendance and the absences. Absences refers to absences, whatever the absences, that absence management. In Employee Central, we will be doing the functionality of time off. Okay, and whereas for the attendance management, the functionality for the time attendance management would be the timesheet in our Employee Central part, because altogether these both the tools would come along with the Employee Central component itself. Okay, so in this particular picture, you see there are three main components of Employee Central. One is time and attendance, and then the other one would be is like a time admin workbench is that. The first thing here is like the time off. What exactly the time off would gives here is like it's all a single platform where we can do all the paid and unpaid absences. We can do the recording of those things, and including long-term and short-term part, paid time offs, maternity or paternity leaves, and also flexible absences with respect to the customer requirements. We can configure according to the local laws and the regulations, and also based on the whatever the labor agreements, all the leaves, on call support or whatever it is, all those leaves, labor agreements, and other types of policies also we can build with the through time off for the absences part. In the same way, we'll be having a timesheet functionality where we can do to run the full attendance management on the same platform, where we can track all the attendance with respect to working time, overtime, administrative time, or business travel, work from homes, all and so on, all the allowances are on in the same single timesheet only. We would be able to do it via time recording profiles. We can do it. Employees can automatically receive timesheets for both positive and negative time recordings. The positive and the negative is like the positive wherever we have, if we have, for example, our work hours would be starting from 8 to 6. Okay, so the positive time management, the negative is like it is a planned one, 8 to 6, whatever the work hours, 8 hours, it will be recorded. Whereas positive, in that positive, we can mix with any of the other attendances also. Okay, or sometimes we can have a breaks, or if you worked from 8 to 10, actual times it will be calculated 8 to 10 if you worked it, after 10 to 11 if you want to do it any other activities, if you have supported on call, or if you have taken a business travel, all those things we can apply with the positive recording methodology. Okay, and the negative is like a strict one, which is like 8 to 6, whether you are available in the office or not available in the office. So it includes all the things in that particular negative time categories. Whereas the positive, actual working times it will be considered, and it can be mixture of any other attendance types also we can do. So based on that, we can do the calculations, and we can do the overtime compensations. We can do it whenever the time is being recorded in the timesheet. So timesheet and online evaluation is done immediately to determine whatever the strike time, overtime, shift, and everything we will be based on the company policies and all, and it stores it will. This particular time off and time sheet will be taken care with respect to that. For some processes in time off, the timesheet functionality is required. So one example is like in time off in leave. This allows employees to record working time and the calculated overtime can also be dedicated balances. The PTOs will be having a balances. If you take absence on that particular day, so the attendance will be tracked as a absence. It will be tracked. And then after that, the third component here is like which majorly it is to deliver the support the time administrators within the employee central only. We'll be recording absences and the time account postings part we will be seeing of it. So these are the three major activities that we can able to do it for the time off for employees and time off for managers and time off for the administrators will be there. Whatever the transactions that you do it with respect to HR transactions or position management transactions. So if you are integrated, obviously Employee Central is being integrated with time off and timesheet. Even once you've done any transactions with respect to time off and timesheets, it will get updated, and this time off and timesheet will be we will be able to see it over on our employee files which time off which work schedule that you have been accommodated, all those things we would be seeing on our employee files itself under the job information category. This is the part where we can do it, and what exactly in our employee central time off consists of what we have to do it. So the initial activities, what we will be doing here is like, so we have to know the definitions of these things, what exactly the holiday calendar, what exactly work schedule, what exactly the time profile, what exactly account eligibility status, all these things we have to know. So because these are the important terminology that we would be using time off in the job information area, where we will be maintaining some fields which is like here, let me show it to you. So these are the main fields that we will be maintaining of it with respect to the time. If you go for, from here we can go for timesheet. So which holiday calendar this particular employee is following, which work schedule, and what is the time profile, what time recording variant they're having it, what are the dynamic breaks that they have it. So all those things we have to where from we could able to see for an employee side, we could able to see from this particular area, we could able to see it. Let me show it, and then I'll be move on to what exactly the work schedule and how we can create it. Here is like, see, these are the important one. One is like a holiday calendar. Holiday calendar is nothing but this field. What exactly it ensures is like for that particular country and region specific public holidays for the respective employee, which are going to be considered when the employee is requesting for time off. So those things we would able to see it on that particular holiday calendar, which we have seen here is like USA. We will create one holiday calendar with all the holidays and all. Okay, so that is our exercise parts and all. We will see it. So how we can create? So create a custom holiday calendar, create a period work schedule, set up time type and time profile, and also we can create a workflow part. So, and the work schedule here is like the understanding here. The work schedule is like the working pattern of an employee to be defined. How many hours is the employee working each day? Which day of the week does the employee work? The information is needed to calculate the user time. When requesting time off, whenever we have requested absences. So on this particular days, so these are all the working days. Monday to Friday would be a working day. So any leave that they have taken on this particular day, it will capture only 18 to 32 hours. Out of planned hours is like 40 out of 40 hours. Only 32 hours is being calculating as an attendance, and the other one day would be calculating as an absence. So this will be taken through the work schedule, which will be useful for the work schedule. And whereas the time profile, which leave types the employee is entitled to take. So here they have taken a leave. So which leave type, which absence he has taken, so that we have to mention it. So for that, the time profile is being required, and the time recording variant is like whether the time is entered as a duration or via clock times. So how we have entered the values, because our start time, the clock times is like 8 to 6 is our working hours, 8 to 5 or whatever it is. So whether that particular variant is being taken, whether the time is entered as a duration or a clock times we have entered or whatever it is, that we have to set up over there. So, and also we will be having a dynamic breaks. This break, whenever we want to specific any dynamic break to that particular employee, we can do it on this particular setup. So whatever we have to do it on this, first we obviously, once we have to create holiday calendar, work schedule, and the time profile. In that time profile, we will be having a time types and time account type. And for the time account types, what are the rules that we have to create it, accrual rules, how it has to be accrued. Those things we can create a time type for every options types that are requested for leave request and all, and also the parameters like the parameters, whatever the parameters that we would be using, it's like time unit, either hours or days, that time is to be entered into, and also workflow, who is going to be approval is required. For all those things, we have to create all the time types. We have to create it for absences that we have accruals, example vacations. Okay, we can create a time account type. Okay, so time account type and assign it to the absence time type, because the time account type contains the parameters, whatever how the accruals are to be awarded. Okay, so for example, annually or monthly. So every year we want to get it 20 leaves. Okay, 20 vacation leaves or 20 paid off leaves, or 5 sick leaves, and the 5 casual leaves. How it should be accrued it should be, because either annually or monthly, this is going to be recur from basing on whatever the values that year to year or a month to month, basing on either days or hours of that, the accrual, whether the accrual should be automatically or manually. All those things, accrual rules and all, we will be designing it over at the under time account type. We'll be seeing of it. That is part the where basic accrual rules we will be creating on this particular part center. Okay, so once we done the time accounts are recorded, that only the actual hours been awarded, those things we can create it for each employee. The time account, we will define whether the employee at a given point of time is eligible to receive accruals for the time account and all. We will be doing at the time of configuration part, and it will be assigned at the job info status of that particular employee's area. We will be doing of it. So when it comes, first part here is like we want to create it a calendar, holiday calendar, how we will be going and creating. These are all the things that we have to do it under the options request and all, because once we have set the calendars, once we set that particular particular work schedule, and then we have to set up time types, and then the time profiles, and then the approval process once it is being done. So all those things, once we create it, then only the particular setup options request in time offs is going to be set up. So first, whatever we want to do it is like we want to create, if we want to create any holiday calendars, first we have to create the holidays and all. How to create the holidays and how to assign all those holidays into the holiday calendar, we're gonna see over this particular part, how we will be going and creating this custom holiday calendar part. So for this, we have to we should activate it, the time of module from the instance part. Okay, so from the provisioning part, obviously time off will be get activated. After that, what we have to do is a little permission activities that we have to do it. Who is going to do the configuration activities? Who is going to create a custom holiday calendar? Because this particular time management need to be enabled for us. So what exactly, if we don't know what permissions and all we have to give it, what we have to do is like simply we just go and search for time and then whatever the permissions which are related to time, we can give it access for all those things. So that is what we can do it whenever we want to activate any of the time. Any of the from the provisioning part, we will be activating of it, and then we can just search it time. So manage time off, the first one would be, so where we can go for manage time off. So time management user permissions. We have to get, we can activate these things and all. After that, we will be going for manage time off, because we are doing manage time off activities and all, because we are going to create the holiday calendars and everything. So we will just go for manage time that. So all these select all, we can keep it, because we are the consultants who are going to create the time off activities, how to create the holiday calendars and everything. So we have to do it is like manage time off, all the time accounts, time off structures, time off calendars. So these are the main things. In that manage time off structures only, we will be going and create each and every structures for our time off, for our employee central time off and time sheet management activities. So for that reason, we want to activate those manage time off structures. We have to activate it, and any other time related ones, if it is there, we can just activate it. We need not to know or any things, and we just want to go and search it time, and then we can give it. Okay, so for that, once we get once you just click it manage time off structures, if you haven't, if it is not there, so what will happen on the timesheet place, we would not able to see that particular feature over there. So I just unchecked it, and just try whether we will go to the admin center. So whether we will be getting time off. If you just refresh the system, it is there. We can just go over here, structures. Maybe we can sign out and sign in. Let's see. So whether it has been there or not, because there we will just go and create the holiday, and then holiday calendar also, and we can create a holiday calendar, and we can add holidays to that particular calendar. And yeah, from there we can get the permissions. We can activate it so that we can able to see it. Because we have to build some calendar. We assume like we want to build it 2020 holiday calendar for all our US employees and all. We can think of it. So here we have to go and create holidays. So first holidays, whatever the holidays that we want to create it. Other holidays, we because already the system is being developed here. So all the holidays will be there in the system. But anyhow, we want to create it. We will just go and create with some add-on point. If it is, for example, if we want to create new year, or if you want to create it Thanksgiving Day for US and all. So in that Thanksgiving Day, where we will be putting US underscore ZT we will put it. So I'll just show one or two holidays need to be created and all. So the rest you guys can do the practice on the system, whatever the system that provides. So you just guys go to. So what I can do is like I can go and we can create new directory. So holiday code, whatever the code that I want to put it is like new year. Only the holiday calendar we will change it. In that calendar, we'll fill all the all whatever the holidays are there. We'll fill it. That is what once we create the holidays, we will go and create the holiday. So now this is created, and I want to create one more. So these two things we will be adding into a one particular calendar. We will add these things to a holiday calendar part. We can go and existing ones we can go and create it, or we can create a new holiday calendar also, and we can create it also. In that we can mention 2020 holiday calendar, like that we can put it, and we can add it. I'll show it existing, how we can add with the existing ones and with the new ones also. I'll show. See, at one time setup, we will be doing it. So the same holidays that we will be following it for all those years, right? Only the holiday calendar, the naming that we want to change it, and we will go ahead. That's all. So these are the actual ones. These are the calendar list is there. Okay, so the full part and date wise it is been there. This. So if we want to go and make correction, calendar here we will select 2021 if we want it. So for the any calendar which is related to US, so that we want to pull it, and we can add our new GT parts and all. We can add it and we can put it over. So if you want to create a new calendar for any specific year, if you want to create it, so we can go and create it if you want to create it. So for that, again, we will just come over here, create holiday calendar. What exactly here is like, if you are using Employee Central time off and time sheet, you need not to go and create any another time management things and all. Only we will do the mapping part. Only there we have to create the structures. That's all, and we will do the mapping activities, value code mappings and all. We'll be doing the data of this particular data. It will go and sits into the Employee Central payroll system. That's all. Okay, if you're not using this time off and time sheet, so then you will be depending on the same Employee Central payroll system would have time sheets and all. For that, we have created one work schedules out there in our ECP setup and all. We have created one work schedule. So that work schedule, what we have to do is like just proxy. If you go for one employee, for example, time off is not there, not set up in Employee Central, we can use our Employee Central payroll time system itself. But the work schedule, the work schedule and all, we have to give it that particular work schedule, which we've already created that work schedule and all. So if you go for employee files, there you will be seeing a work schedule field will be there. So on that day, we have created two things. One, Flex, FLEX Flex we have created, and then 5 days, 37 hours, 37.5 hours like that we have created one thing. So that it will be come over here on the same area, job information area. And if you go over here, we just want to give the data over here. Okay, so for the data purpose, value mappings and all the structures, how we will be doing the structures, the personal areas, personal sub areas, how we set up this in the same way we have to set up over there. That is what, see, if time off and time sheet is not maintained in Employee Central system, then you have to entire time management will remain same. Okay,
Same.
only the work schedule we will be assigned to this particular employees. For that, we have done one work schedule exercise, right, in our last classes and all. So in our where we went to succession data model, and we have added one particular field which is called work schedule. In that, for that we have created one pick list and all. What is that pick list that we have created? 5 days, 37.5 and flexible work schedule we have created on that. So those things will pop up here, and this entire time information will not be there for the employees, for the Employee Central, which does not have time off and time sheet. So this entire setup will not be there. So in that systems, if you see, only the work schedule, we have to go and assign our Employee Central payroll system has time management module. So that particular work schedules we have to assign it, so that the data will flows with respect to this particular work schedules. The time sheet attendances, absences, it will calculate from that particular system. The data only will goes from this particular system to that system. So how it will compare and all with this work schedule only, it will get compared. So whatever the work schedule that we fix it, so from there it will take, so and so employee. So for example, Charles Brown is having a flexible work schedule, so that the flexible work schedule, whatever his time attendances, time sheet absences, he will be applying through ESS or MSS that system only, because he will not be using Employee Central time off or time sheet. Okay, so for our ECP purpose only, we have created this particular field. And okay, so if it is already timesheet and time information is being there, we need not to create it. And okay, so only this information will get popped up all there. So here there is a separate work schedule for this particular time information part, holiday calendar and work schedule. So whatever which is being maintained, whatever the balances, only the hours. What is the final point here is like once we done with our timesheet and time off, we will be getting a for bi-weekly if we are running for those 15 days, what is the work they have, how many hours they have performed, that particular hours will be transferred to the ECP system with respect to the waste hours. If they are using time or third party things and all, see, this is employee central setup. Okay.
Yes.
If the third party Kronos Workforce has its own time off and time sheet systems is there. If they are not using employee central time management, SAP time management, if they are not using it, they'll be using some third party. This also we have to go and integrate with our employees ECP payroll system. We have to do the integration activities. So where we will be going and do the integration, we will do the integration with our employee central system. So employee central system will get integrated with Kronos Workforce, because the people, the resources who are not using employee central time off or timesheet, they'll fill their timesheet with the Kronos third party system. So there, whatever the items they filled it, so those will comes into the payroll system. With the help of Employee Central, it will comes and sits into the Employee Central payroll system to run the payroll process. So that is what I'll be showing how the mappings will be done. That I'll be showing it to you with the third-party integration scope. But the system, I don't have the Kronos system. But how we have to do the value mapping, I'll just share it with you guys. If you are already working with Kronos, the same how the value mapping here is like. If you are calling in Kronos system, you might be calling personal area or personal sub area. There you are calling location, for example. Okay, in our system, in our ECP system, here it would be is like a with respect to time off. If you want to tell it, not like this, you can take time off from Kronos system. In our system, we will call it like in our SAP HCM system, we call it like options. So there they will be calling time off, or they call it some other name, whatever it is. So those things we have to do the value mappings, and on that value mappings we will be seeing. Okay.
All right, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. In SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll, which report is used to analyze payroll issues? Option A, Payroll Activity Report. Option B, Payroll Error Report. Option C, Payroll Control Report. And option D, Payroll Issue Analyzer. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, then do type your correct answer in the below comment section. Good luck, guys. Hey there, fellow learners. Want to get good at managing HR and payroll? Our SAP SuccessFactors EC Payroll and LMS course is here to help you that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SuccessFactors. It's like a toolbox for handling HR tasks, from payroll to learning management systems. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are experts who've been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have in your mind. And don't just take our words for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. And the best part, it won't break the bank. The awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Pro? Then sign on to our page now, and for more details, check out our ZaranTech's website.